is our guest. We will now start with
recording in progress.
South African anthem, followed by the African Union anthem. Thank you very much. We are formally now opening our program. Today is the 25th of November. It's the start of the 16 days of activism that will be closed on the 10th, which is International Human Rights Day. So without waste of any time, we will open the panel program by introducing Dr. Ayodele Udusula, United Nations Development Program resident representative. Will be taking us on the analytical perspectives, program analytical perspective, uncertain times, unsettled lives, shaping our future in a transforming world. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Program Director, the Chair of the NCP, the Deputy Chair, honorable members, distinguished guests and panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity for me to be part of this discussion. And I say a big thanks to NCP for this particular event, which I consider to be very important. Like the Program Director rightly said, United Nations Development Program published its latest Global Human Development Report titled Uncertain Times, Unsettled Lives, Shaping Our Future in a Transforming World. And the essence of this is just to show that we all live in a VUCA era. VUCA in the sense that it's really a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous era for all of us in many dimensions. And in this regard, if you look at what has been happening, particularly with what you call the triple Cs, in terms of COVID-19, that we have all experienced over the past 2.5 years, and this is the 3rd year, you have seen how it has completely ravaged the entire world, changing everything we know about production process, value chain disruption has really changed so many things to the extent that now almost everybody is thinking about it in different ways. The main lesson from that in that regard is that if you look at the inequality associated with vaccination, access to vaccine when it really came on, where you see as of July 2022, 72% of people living in high-income countries have been vaccinated compared to 21% in low-income countries. So this is, again, a sign of inequality associated with this particular one. And while we're grappling with the idea of developing a coping strategy to managing COVID-19, the wars and the conflicts in Ukraine and Russia really came on. And it really complicated the entire process globally, where all countries of the world are feeling the impact one way or the other. And it boils down to worsening the living condition and the well-being of the people of the world. And South Africa is not really an exception to this particular one. And also, if you look at the climate crisis, as well as the ecological disasters we've been having, Africa contributes less than about 3.6% of greenhouse emissions globally, but it's the most vulnerable of all the countries. If you look at the worst 30 countries in the world, about 27 of them are from Africa. It shows that we are paying for what we not really contribute to in real sense. And all of us are living witnesses of what happened in April in KwaZulu-Natal and some part of Eastern Cape in terms of devastating flood that really destroyed and killed about 420 people, which we consider to be very, very serious. And in this regard, we think that the context in which we all live has really shown that things are not the same anymore. And if you look at the Human Security Reports we released just recently, all over the world, 6 out of 7 people feel highly insecure. It shows that our times are quite uncertain, and at the same time, we lived unsettled lives. So in this regard, we thought there is need for us to really say, how can we as a country really learn from these lessons and use it to accelerate development work on the ground? One thing that really makes me quite confident is the words of President Mandela's inaugural speech in 1994 that says, out of the experience of an extraordinary human disaster that lasted too long, must be born a society of which all humanity will be proud. So I strongly believe that we should focus our target, our eyes on the bigger picture by learning from lessons from what they call tectonic shift we've been having on the basis of geopolitics associated with the triple C's, the COVID-19 conflict, as well as climate change over the past few months and years. So the first lesson, which I personally see deriving directly from the Human Development Report of the United Nations Development Program. The Human Development Report is an indicator that combines three main indicators. One is access to basic health, which is manifested in longevity. The second is what we call the level of education, access to basic education. And then the third one is the flow of income in the country, which we always use per capita income to reflect. By the time you combine these three elements into one, it gives us what we call the Human Development Indicator. And the major lesson we've had is that the real wealth of any nation is its people. So to really protect this world, we must address the issue of poverty, inequality, and joblessness. And that's one message that is really very important. The second lesson, which I see from this complexity that is unraveling itself all over the world, and particularly facing us here in South Africa, is that when people's capabilities, choices, and hopes for the future are dashed, the well-being of their nations and the planet are always the casualty. So we can see that at a very slight provocation, people just react differently and they destroyed everything around them. This is one of the things which we consider to be very important. So if you don't pay adequate attention to the triple development challenges of poverty, income inequality, and joblessness, it will be really eroding the capital base of the country, destroying the asset, destroying the planet, which we all rely on as survivor and as a point of existential. The third one is that we need to really have a long vision of resilience where people are the means and end of development. It is really very important. We have to make sure that people are not only part of the development process, but also benefit from the development outcomes. So this is a major lesson, which is really very important for us to really build resilience that will help us shape the kind of development trajectory we want. The fourth one relates to South Africa as a country to stop exporting its primary commodities, where we strongly believe that if you continue to export primary commodities, you are exporting your jobs and you're exporting your job creation opportunities. So in that regard, we need to add values to almost all our primary commodities, be it the platinum, be it gold, and so many other ones we have in abundance. We need to really add value to them so that we use them to create job opportunities here. And one of the evidence is very clear. You add 1%, about 1% to a primary commodity, it adds at least 10% to the price of that particular commodity international market. So this is one of the things which I think it's really very important for us to focus attention on in terms of promoting job opportunities in the country. And the last component of it, in terms of the lesson from this tectonic shift we've been experiencing over the past few years, is for the country to really what they call position national interest within the geopolitics, political dynamics. South Africa has a very strong national interest, which we should not shy away from protecting within our geopolitical dynamics globally. So I strongly believe this is one of the things we need to really see how we leverage effectively in a way that promotes some kind of development. Now, if you look at past strategic strategies and development plans since 1994 to date, there has been some kind of progress made, starting from the Reconstruction and Development Program, the RDP, which facilitated the growth experience around that time, also supported by the Growth, Employment and Redistribution, the GEAR, which we all know that supported what we call improvement in government finances. But the major critics of this one relates to the issue of privatization and the free-floating exchange rate, which many people believe will worsen inequality rather than reducing it. And also the Accelerated and Shared Growth Initiative, ASGISA, is again something that focus essentially on what you call skill acquisition, which again, to meet the skill deficit which our labor market needs badly as we speak today. So I know that subsequent ones, including the New Growth Path Framework, which was introduced in 2010, aiming to create 5 million jobs in 10 years, and also followed by the National Development Plan, that's the Agenda 2030, which aimed to reduce Gini coefficient from 7% to 0.7 to 0.6 by 2030. Also, the one that was recently introduced, the South African Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, ERRP, which again focus on a number of things, including infrastructural investment, strengthening the agricultural sector, promoting industrialization, and also promoting effective and efficient government spending, deepening human capital development, prioritizing SMEs, services, and tourism, among others. Have achieved some modest progress, but a lot of lessons need to really come to bear in terms of what have we learned from the implementation of these different programs over the years. Again, given the current, what you call the uncertain times and unsettled lives we are all living in, what are the kind of lessons? And like you, I mean, honorable members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the issue of policy formulations and development initiatives, South Africa is not lacking at all. It's really one of the best in terms of robust policies in many directions, I mean, across many developing countries in the world. But implementation is key as one of the main bottlenecks to achieving development results. And we strongly believe, what are the lessons we have learned over the past, since 1994 to date, in the implementation of some of these initiatives, including the district development model that we are currently working on. Now, the first thing is for us to really ensure that we have a strong link between budgets and plans. If there is no link between national development plans, the Agenda 2030 we have put in place, and the annual budget we prepare every year, then we may not be able to really use what we call this instrument to accelerate development that will help us to reduce poverty, income inequality, and joblessness. So we strongly believe this is one of the areas we need to really draw some kind of lessons on. The second one relates to the issue of ensuring that we have very strong penal and reward system for the use of public resources. The Auditor General's Office has been reeling out a lot of reports and in terms of infractions on the implementation of annual budget across all tiers of government, from the national to provincial, then provincial to the municipalities. But the implementation of some of these, results in terms of taking it away, I mean, from that level into concrete implementation, making sure that those that are found wanting in the use of public resources are sanctioned, and also those that are considered to be very efficient and effective in the use of public resources are rewarded in terms of high recognition, so that it shows as good examples to others. We think these are the examples that we have in many other countries where UNDP operates. Also, we think South Africa being a federal system of government, there's need to have an effective decentralized fiscal system where fiscal responsibility is at par with the fiscal powers of subnational governments. The easiest revenues and taxation sources are collected at the national level. The provincial and the municipalities where the real issue of development work is faced they have limited resource, revenue instruments that they can use in generating revenues by themselves. Because depending at the federal level or the national level does not really provide opportunity to build the needed capacity at subnational levels to be able to develop, to manage budget and plans and use it to transform development in their locality. So what we're saying is that there's need for us to have some alignment between the fiscal powers given to municipalities, provinces, as well as the fiscal responsibilities in terms of what are the jobs mandate they're supposed to deliver on development. So this is, again, another issue which is very important as a major lesson. We need a strong monitoring of budget and plans with very strong parliamentary oversight, because this is an area that really touch on the implementation of budget and plans. If it is not well monitored, definitely it might be difficult for us to really see good results on the ground. And also, based on the experience we have in over 170 countries where we operate, we strongly believe that the role of the parliament in terms of the oversight remains very critical. Now, the last component of the lessons on what we have heard in terms of the experiences over the strategies and development plans we've implemented up to date is the need for us to really remove impediment to accelerated growth. In South Africa, for us to really ensure that the growth we generate growth that will be able to dent poverty, inequality, and joblessness, we need to really fight the issue of state capture. It's very important. How do we introduce e-governance if that would be one of the solutions that we need to put in place? Also, we need to address the issue of overregulations in terms of making sure that we give priorities not only to the big companies, but the SMEs that generate jobs and create this, generate what they call wealth for the country. Because the sources of job creation is not the big companies, it's the SMEs. Now, how do we promote SMEs at the country level in a way that does not support entitlement syndrome? I think this is one of the areas we have to really think about in making sure that we remove the impediment to accelerated growth. And also, we need to really address the infrastructural decline, which we have been experiencing over the years, particularly the issue of load shedding, because there can never be productivity enhancement with the current level of load shedding. We need to really find a way of addressing this. I know the government has really initiated what needed to be done, but we need to really ensure that the parliament becomes more critical in terms of making sure this one is fully achieved. Now, what is UNDP doing in the country, particularly with a few of these initiatives we have mentioned? One of the things we have been focusing attention on is skill development. Under the skill development, we have the automotive skills of the 21st century, which we have implemented in 3 Tibet colleges. We have the Coastal Tibet College in KwaZulu-Natal. We have the Swati North in Gauteng, and we have the North Link Tibet College in Western Cape to really show that this is really doable. And this is a kind of project that did not only provide equipment of the 21st century that you can use in automotive skills, but also training of trainers or the people that are involved and developing the skill of our youth to be able to become automotive guru in the country. The second one relates to the issue of digital skills, which we are currently implementing in eThekwini, as well as OR Tambo, 2 of the 3 district municipalities that have been identified for the implementation of district development model. We're currently working with Harambee so that most of the people who train are placed in the job market. So this is something we consider to be very important because if you're able to generate job opportunities, skill development, it will be able to help us to address poverty, inequality at the same time and address joblessness. So we strongly believe this is really very important. Also in the area of skill, with our partnership with South African Renewable Technology Center, SARATech, in Cape Town, where we have developed 2 cohorts of wind energy technology technicians. Honorable members, I'm so happy to let you know that the 2 cohort, the 2 group of technology technicians we have developed after going through 6 months of intensive training and 3 months of internship. All of them, as I speak today, have been fully employed in the labor market. They are now, some of them are even employing other people. So this is just one of it. There are a number of things we are doing in small and medium scale enterprise development, particularly the low-cost internet access, which we started in 4 provinces, in Eastern Cape, Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Free State, where we allow small-scale enterprises in rural areas to have access to data, because data is very expensive here in the country. And if you are unable to have access to that, you may not be able to compete in the industry. So we started it in 4 provinces, but as I speak with you, we are moving into about 10 different communities across all the 9 provinces. So this is what we're doing in terms of making sure that we add value to this particular process in an uncertain times, which we are all operating. And also to let you know, distinguished panelists, honorable members, when it comes to the issue of renewable energy, in addition to the skill development we've just mentioned, just about last week, we handed over a mini grid turbine, wind turbine, in Chris Haney's municipalities in Eastern Cape, where we were able to connect a very disadvantaged, hard-to-reach community with wind turbine that generates electricity 24 hours instead of solar that is only generated during the day and with limited battery. But with this, it generates electricity for them for 24 hours. And also with identified 2 schools, 1 secondary and 1 junior schools, where we installed what they call wind turbine pumping machine to pump water, which is currently pumping 24,000 liters of water within 24 days, between 24 hours. So these are things which we thought we're doing in this respect, so that it helps to really accelerate the growth process. Now, what is the role, finally, what is the role of the parliament on the development process in the current unsettled times and in kind of what they call the uncertain times and unsettled lives? One thing that we consider to be very important as the role of the parliament in the process is the promotion of the link, what they call the planned budget links. We need to really ensure that the annual budgets that are prepared are linked to the existing national development plans. If they are not linked to it, that is why in most cases, it's difficult for us to use budgets to really address the real need of the people at the community level. But once there's a strong linkage between them, both the annual budget and our development plans, it facilitates such a linkage. And we strongly believe the national parliament, the parliament NCP, has a very strong role in mobilizing popular support for plan and budget implementation through continuous engagement with civil society organizations and community organizations. So this is really very important. The second one is strengthening the what we call the parliamentary allocative capacity. The parliament has a role, and based on the kind of support we've had in many countries, including some of the BRICS, the parliament has a role not only in making sure that the allocation of annual budget is linked to national development plan. 2, it's linked to the sustainable development goals. The goals, the 17 goals developed by all world leaders, and then said, okay, because it has what you call the very good target and indicators that we can monitor on an annual basis. So we strongly believe this is very important. And also along the allocative capacity of the parliament, we strongly believe that changing from the current incremental budgeting to performance-based budgeting becomes critical if you want budget to meet the needs of the people at the community level. So this is really very important, and that the allocation is based on the previous performances. If you don't perform, you don't get allocation. The current idea of incremental basis budgeting does not really ensure that that allocative role is well enhanced. The third aspect relates to matching South African Parliament's legal authority to oversee government budget with organizational capacity. If you look at the budget practices and procedures in Africa, South Africa is number 6, one of the best in on the continent. But when you look at the organizational capacity of the parliament, it was scored very low. So we think there's need for us to strengthen the capacity of the Parliamentary Budget Office, not only in terms of technical capacity, but in terms of being able to have reliable data that the parliamentarians and honorable members will be able to use to question the executive in terms of the correctness of the facts that they have put in the budget and in their plans. And also, based on what we have done across the world, we are ready to really work with the parliament and the budget, Parliamentary Budget Office to promote South-South cooperation so that we can draw lessons from countries that have done it quite well. Also, we need to really look at aligning budget timeliness with budget preparation, comprehensiveness. As we said, South Africa is the best when it comes to the comprehensiveness of budget preparation. However, when it comes to the timeliness of submitting a budget to the parliament, while many countries in Africa submit their budget 2 to 4 months before the end of the current fiscal year and before the beginning of the next fiscal year. South Africa submits its own around beginning of the current fiscal year, which we think does not give adequate time for the parliament to really do a kind of grill the executive and be able to ask some fundamental questions. So this is really an issue which we think is really very important. As the fifth one relates to the establishment of SDG committees at the parliamentary level. This is really very important to ensure that, because like I said, the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDG, have 17 goals, ranging from poverty to hunger, addressing hunger, to issue of health, issue of education, women empowerment, up to partnership for development. We need to ensure that all laws are SDG aligned, so that at least it's something that is really promoting the people's needs on the ground, and also to be sure that the budget are SDG compliant. Because if they are not compliant, they will not be able to measure it and meet the needs of the people on the ground. And also, I think based on the experience we've had in many countries, particularly Africa, there's need for the parliament to really mandate the National Planning Commission to do what we call the National Development Plan and the Sustainable Development Goal costing. You know, to do the proper costing of this so that annual budget can derive directly from it. But if you don't do the proper costing of the National Development Plan and also of the Sustainable Development Goal, it becomes difficult for you to hold departments responsible for some of these things. And under it, the committee should be able to look at gender sensitiveness of our budget, as is currently being done in Uganda. This is one of the things which we consider to be very important. The key role of the national parliament, particularly the NCP, is participatory monitoring. Now, we always say, before I conclude, the program director, that we always focus attention on earmarking public resources in budget, but we have not done earmarking. We have had it, but we have not seen the impact of such budget on the ground. So we thought there is need for us to move from earmarking of budgeting into earmarking of development results. So participatory budgeting, monitoring of the national parliament is a key function of the oversight of the parliament. We strongly believe this is really very important in getting this one done. Well, in conclusion, I just want to underscore the fact that development management goes beyond the capacity of the executive arm. The national parliament plays a very strong role, particularly through its oversight function. And we want to really see how we can work with the national parliament and the NCP to really draw lessons from countries that have faced the same challenges. Countries like Kenya, countries like Tanzania, countries like Mexico, and countries like Malaysia, that we can say, okay, they have gone through this, but they've been able to use budget to transform development outcomes on the ground, to address poverty, inequality, and joblessness. So we're ready to work with honorable members and the Parliamentary Budget Office to look at this South-South cooperation so that we can facilitate development exchange and promote the mandate and the role of the National Parliament. So, Program Director, distinguished panelists, honorable members, thanks for this opportunity, and we look forward to working with you, to supporting you in your oversight function. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Odusola, for the inputs. I hope that next year the NCOP, I think on the 31st of January to the 2nd of February, will be having its own planning session. I hope that some of the points that you're raising, particularly with regard to the role, taken into consideration. Thank you very much for the input. We go now to our next panelist. I have been earlier informed that Honorable Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs was to come after 11, but I've noticed that she is now connected. I will then hand over to her. Over to you, Honorable TM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning to honorable members. It is indeed a great opportunity for all of us, but also an honor and a privilege for me on behalf of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs to address you this morning and actually respond to the pertinent question that has been raised and posed to us, which we believe, one, it needs to be able to look into how, as a department, we would want to professionalize local government to be able to realize the ideals of the National Development Plan, which pertinently places the responsibility and the executive obligation of municipalities in the local government sphere to be able to deal with their own administration, manage their own affairs, but equally run the municipalities in a proper and a sustainable manner. It is pertinent also because it surrounds and it talks to us as communities, as members of parliament and as citizens, but also who resides in various municipalities at an ever increasing pace. We read media reports on corruption, maladministration, and the list just goes on a day-to-day basis, which shows how the systems in local government needs to be enhanced, to be developed, to ensure that the situation doesn't become extremely helpless, but there are measures which are put in place to ensure that we deal with that. One of the key areas we're looking at is the appointment of staff, which we have had a number in the process in terms of looking at what will be the adequate formal qualifications, expertise, and experience. You may be aware that it is coupled with the regulation that the minister, in fact, starting from the president, which started on the 1st of November, that has already been promulgated, the Muslim Structures Act, to look into issues of political interference at work and with officials, and also to bar them for occupying political offices in political parties where they serve, but to be custodians and servants of municipalities and the people in which they look into. But we're also looking into rivalries beyond the scope of what metros and coalition governments have thrown into us. But the relationship between councillors and officials is also key, that they will be able to develop and be able to work jointly together, because research conducted, for example, by the University of Western Cape does indicate that a municipal manager lasts for about 34 months, and that is 3 years at most. That is an average. But if you look into the study it performs also, it looks into metros or coalitions where a municipal manager lasts about 17 months. That means that's just about a year and some couple of months. And this destabilizes productivity, destabilizes council to implement and officials to implement what council or IDP would ideally would want to be. And this therefore translate to lack of responsiveness to community needs, their demands and their expectations. There's also low staff morale, which is coupled by a lot of changes. But I must emphasize, Honorable Program Director, that it is not only hung municipalities or coalitions, as we call them. We also have a challenge with regard to municipalities where there's an outright majority, a relationship of our councillors in them being able to deal with the issues of council seems to be found wanting. In that way, we aspire to follow the objects of local government, which says we must provide an equitable and a democratic, accountable local government. But we must also ensure a provision of basic services. And me and you know, in areas where we stay, we are not necessarily satisfied with the level of services that we're receiving. We must also promote a safe and a healthy environment. I'll touch a bit on the mandate of the National Development Plan, which says the public service should attract highly skilled people and cultivate a sense of professional common purpose and a commitment to developmental goals. So in answering what the National Development Plan says, you take a context from what our white paper, which dates back in white paper in local government, which dates back in 1998. The following measures were made coming out of the skills assessment that was conducted by COPTA just in 2019. Nearly half of our South African senior municipal officials do not meet the government prescribed minimum competence level. So out of 2,747 municipal officials, only 1,565 officials. And that was about 53%, to put it clearly, meet the minimum competency requirement. So which means a furthermore, out of 248 chief financial officers, CFOs, who were occupying their positions at the time of the assessment, only 128 had achieved the minimum or could meet the minimum competency levels. So that therefore means if you also look at the Auditor General report, it confirmed that 53.7% of senior managers in finance, because that's the area in which they also audit. So our audit also did come more or less at the same space. So 7% of municipalities use consultants to bridge a vacancy gap. That is only 7%, where there is no warm body, but maybe the post is not filled, but the service needs to be procured. 31% use a consultant because of the lack of skills and the vacancies. But 62% appoint consultants to provide the skill that the finance unit do have. And that is where I think most of our problems come in from. For example, the AG says in the Eastern Cape, Northwest, Northern Cape, Limpopo, and KZN, 6% of the consultant appointed could not be effective because they did not deliver on the desired service. For example, they made adjustment on the accounting records that could not be supported. So over 160 municipalities in South Africa experienced some form of these financial changes. What have we done about that? Because I'm sure honorable members and participants do know this is a challenge that we have been speaking about. The Municipal Systems Act of 2000 has been promulgated, and despite the interventions of Chapter 7, what does the amendment say? It says from the 2019-2024, 7 priorities were designed from the medium-term strategic framework, being one of the areas in which we need to be able to regularize. So in 2021, which is last year, after the president approved, we issued the municipal staff regulations, which professionalizes the public administration. We set uniform standards for all the municipal systems and procedures. We created a career on local government administration, but we also ensured that we put HR governance regimes in all municipalities that are standard. including personnel development planning and job design, competency-based approach in people management. We also amended and the President signed and promulgated on the 1st of November, this 2022, the Systems Act, which also looks into the competency criteria on how municipal managers must be appointed and senior managers. It further looks into performance agreements for municipal managers directly accountable to for senior administrators directly accountable to municipal managers. We usually call them Section 56 and Section 57. It also requires employment contracts and performance agreements of all senior managers, except including the MM. And before the MFAS, council used to place it only on the municipal manager, but then it forces the directors to cascade such. And we've finished the competency factories, which has got 10 areas from strategic leadership, capability, project management, finance management, etc., to deal with the issues and ensure that the leadership capability of our staff at municipal level is enhanced. Municipal structures amendment also touch in deriving rights for office of the chief whip to ensure, particularly in young municipalities or in stable municipalities, that there's liaison between political parties, representation, and maintaining of the sound relations. We are putting for public gazette, possibly in the following week, the institutionalization of DDM to be able to make it have targets for municipalities and for NCOP and the portfolio committee on COCTA to be able to observe, but also to follow up if implementation at the district development model institutionalization framework will be used. We are also putting up a code of conduct on councillors and ensuring that we enhance the MPEG, which is a structure that reviews AG reports. It is now mandated to bring those reports into a council mandatory on a quarter basis. Why are we thinking this is a good way to move? I haven't even touched on areas of finance, for example, is coming out on the MFMA, but all those have been strengthened in ensuring that MPEG does that. It's because local government operates in a complex and a challenging environment. It involves, among other things, efficient handling of substantial budgets. I mean, the city of Johannesburg, for example, sit with almost close to 70 billion budget in a financial year, meeting a range of complex legislative requirements, because that is where actually the IGR framework, which is our intergovernmental relations framework, needs to interface at that level to create an effectively running with other spheres and address the demands and the expectation, which sometimes conflict from community members, and engage in a highly technical forms of decision-making, planning, and implementation. These ethics on the part of local government are also supposed to be lifted up, both to appointed and elected senior level members, to ensure that the economic growth of our municipalities does provide a wide range of services to our household, business, industries, institutions such as schools, old age homes, and hospitals. So basically, we're putting up in the ethos of the National Development Plan that basically municipalities need to give the service across, but furthermore ensure that poor people and registered indigents register so that they can be able to access free and subsidized municipal services, which will ultimately alleviate poverty. It is at this level of government, wherever you as citizens reap the benefits of a democratic process, or you feel extremely shortchanged. So looking into what the National Development Plan says as putting necessary steps to improve service delivery, we say among the primary reasons of local government, we should also look into raising the standard of municipal service delivery by local government in order to assist in curbing incidences of service delivery unrest, but we must produce guiding principles as well for municipal leaders and councils to follow and ensure that we get to measure ourselves internationally with the recognized best practices to ensure compliance to codes of ethics and delivery. The NDP, as I conclude, suggests that South Africa needs a two-pronged approach at local government to build a more professional public service from senior to lower management level of government, but it also should aspire to increase the pool of skilled people to ensure that the public service and local government become carriers of choice for graduates who wish to contribute to the development of the country. And it further suggests that South Africa needs to be an area that could be able to develop, and scholars as well also agree with quite a number of improving local government cannot only be done by professionalization. If there is no political will to change the status quo, the situation may remain the same, but we also need to prove and promote operational efficiency, attitude and behavioral change towards service delivery. And if we do that, corruption will be stamped out. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable DM. I hope you'll remain in this summit because around 14:35 we'll be taking questions and discussions from
Yes,
honorable
I'll
members.
be remaining, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much. Our next panelist is Dr. KK Ndalamba, Associate Professor, University of Western Cape. He will be taking us on an item on an exploration into the problematic public policies and the leadership challenge for socio-economic transformation in South Africa. Over to you, Doc.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and also Your Excellencies for the time given. I just want to correct, I'm not, right now, I'm not at the University of Western Cape. I'm not there. I'm in Angola at the University of Gregório Semedo. So just to make note of that. So I'd like to commend first of all the leadership of the Parliament for such an incredible gathering involving both the practitioners and also the academics. You know, it doesn't happen often in Africa. You see where the MPs engage with practitioners and academics, try to solve problems that we go through. I just want to ask if I can share my presentation, if I can be allowed to share my presentation so that I can go forward to the question. Can I share?
Can we give a Doc certain rights, please?
All right. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
if you can have it, if you can have it as a slideshow, please, Doc.
Excuse me?
Slideshow.
To cut the slide short.
Yeah, just make it a slideshow so that,
okay.
So that it's bigger. Yeah.
Okay. Is it fine now?
No, not yet.
Okay.
We can see it, but I was requesting, but if you can't, then you can still continue.
Okay, that's fine. My presentation is about the paper that I published a couple of years ago, exactly on the policies, exploration into the problematic of public policies in the leadership challenge for South Africa in the socioeconomic transformation of South Africa. The background of this paper is actually looking at previous policy documents that were being considered. So we're looking at policy document that the previous 5 policy documents excuse me. Okay, so we're talking about the RDP, the gear strategy. We're talking about the ASCISA, and then the BBEE, and also the NGP. So we look at the timing. I mean, when they were introduced in the outcome process of the policies, and then the question comes, but why is it like policies are in place, but they have been slow in terms of the pace of social transformation, in South Africa? So there was need to look back at the shortcomings of the policies and try to understand why is it like we have good policies. Okay, we can put this way, good policies, but the outcome of the policies, they're not reflecting the content of the policies. So by looking at the program, the new policy document, the NDP that we're trying to analyze now, so there was need to look at how can this policy document avoid the problems that were actually identified with the previous document. Policy document, in order to help improve the implementation process of the NDP. Look, the NDP was launched in 2013, and its aim, the vision is 2030. 17 years, it's got 17 years to live up to its expectation. Now we're talking about 10 years. Next year is going to be 10 years since it has been implemented. 10 years down the line, what has been done, what has been accomplished with the NDP since it was launched in 2013? That's the big question. And we have 7 more years to go until it fulfilled its mission in terms of its lifespan. Where are we with the NDP? And I'm glad that the Parliament thought about convening this meeting to evaluate, as you say, to assess the, to seek to evaluate the progress made with the NDP thus far. And yesterday, we followed very well some statistics that were presented to us here, including Statistics South Africa. They also presented some of the milestones that the NDP had so far to achieve. But the question remains, are we happy with the lack of service delivery? Are we happy with where we are compared to where we were before 10 years ago? Are we living the accomplishment, the objectives of the NDP? What are the milestones that we can look behind and say, yes, this has been achieved? I was just following Honorable DM as he was speaking, and she spoke about the relationship between councillor and officials. She spoke about service deliveries. She spoke about so many things, which again calls for our attention. Say, well, okay, hang on a little bit, which means 10 years down the line, the NDP still presenting some problems which we need to fix. But are we going to have enough time until Vision 2030 to achieve what has been the main objective? So that time will tell. Now, this paper is actually focusing on exactly this question. What are the gaps that can be identified with the implementation of this policy document since it was launched, and how can we improve the implementation process of this policy document? As you know very well, the objective of this document is to reduce poverty, eliminate, see here, the objective by 2030 include the elimination of income poverty, to reduce the proportion of households a monthly income below 419 Rand. Now, statistics shows this the following. In 2015, the average annual household income was this much in Rand. And we have the male-headed household this much, and then earning significantly more than female. And also we have the white-headed household in this much spent 5 times more than Black African-headed household, and 3 times more than the national average. And these are the figures that we have over the past 5 years since the 5 years, yes, 5 years since the launch of the policy program. So which again asks for the question, how much improvement have we noticed with the implementation of the program? Are we going ahead? Are we, how fast are we moving? Is it slow? We are not moving? Are we stuck? And what are the problems? So it seems that yes, there have been some improvement, yes, in some areas, but still it's slow in terms of the general objective and the timing that we have. It seems like it's slow in terms of achieving what it has been expected from the NDP. Now, the most interesting part of the policy document is that they have already everything set in the policy document. Look, there's an approach to change. The policy has identified already approach to change, which means there are 3 pillars here: active citizenry, effective governance, and strong leadership. These are the 3 pillars that this paper that I'm presenting now has been trying to analyze more specifically on strong leadership, because we believe that if we try to unlock this pillar here, strong leadership, it's going to be easier for other pillars to function together, because strong leadership is at the center of all our activities. Just now, earlier on, the Honorable DM just mentioned the question about the relationship between the councillors and officials. So there is a problem that needs to be addressed effectively within this pillar of strong leadership. If we don't do that, everything that can be done here in terms of the budgeting, in terms of all other areas, may not just produce the expected result, because it depends on leadership. Now, strong leadership implies leaders that are willing and able to take on greater responsibility to address South Africa's challenges, and this is also within the document. So, however, in this plan, this recognition of lack of trust, suggesting high levels of mistrust amongst major social partners. We're talking about government, business, labor, and civil society in South Africa, which is impeding collaboration and partnership with a view of realizing a common purpose. So the common purpose here, we want to implement the program. And how do we go about implementing the program if there is lack of trust among these social partners? We're talking about government and also other stakeholders. It is important that trust exists among these social partners. Unless it exists, so nothing is going to happen on the ground. And the question now comes, how do we get people engaged in the process of implementing the policy if there's no trust? And that's the question. And all depend on leadership, because leadership is there to create that trust. Because I cannot work with social partners if I don't trust them. Government cannot work with business if they don't trust them. Business can work with labor or civil society if there's no trust. So trust is at the center of all the relationship amongst these social partners. And again, it goes back to leadership. So if we have a good leadership, we have what we're going to talk about now, about the ethos of leadership that is going to create the basis for trust that people need, so that they can implement in a very effective and efficient manner the policies. We talk about, I followed since yesterday, the statistics. It shows that yes, there has been improvement. There are some things that have been done. Yes, but on the ground, the question remains:
sorry,
are we having? Yes.
I'm sorry, Prof. I was not sure whether you're still making opening remarks, because I see your slides are not moving. So I couldn't intervene because I thought that maybe you're still making opening remarks. You're still going to go through the slides. Can you clarify that?
Oh yes, I'm already in the paper. So the opening remarks. Sorry.
Because we are
maybe
still on slide number 3.
Oh, it's still slide number 3.
Your slides have not been moving since you started.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Are they moving now? No.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Yeah.
All right. Let me go out and then come in again if you allow me. I think.
Okay.
Just problem. Okay. Are we in?
Yes.
Can you see are they moving now?
Can you go to the next one? Yes, they are moving now.
They are moving now. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. I was just speaking already. So I'll go back then. I'll be quick. This is our agenda for the presentation. So I'll speak about the introduction, the background, and then I'll go to the trust, and then I'll speak about leadership ethos, and I'm going to conclude my presentation. As I said earlier on about the introduction, the background of this paper, it's about the previous policy documents that have been implemented, and then and we saw the outcome, all of us. We understand that there were shortcomings and they did not live up to the expectations, and that's why we always had policy document after another. And now we're talking about the NDP. As says, it's there to try to live up to the expectations and to change at least to fill up the gap where the other policy document left or failed. And this is the expectations. So this paper, the question is not really about the formulation of policies, because we understand that there's no problem on the part of the formulations. As you know, honorables, we have two parts of the policies. There's a part of the policy formulation and implementation. Policies are sound, okay? In general, these policies, the program, it's good, technically speaking, but the question is more on the implementation, and that's where lies the problem in most cases on the implementation of policies. And I'm glad that some of my colleagues who've been here, they've singled out also some of the problems, technical problems in terms of the implementation of the policies. But my intervention is going to be more on the factor of the human factor, because as you understand, excellencies, we have two approaches here. So one approach is a technical part of the policy, and the other part is the human part of the policies, which means the implementation process. And the implementation process depends mostly on the human factor. And if this person who is going to execute the policy is not well prepared enough, so nothing will come out of that policy. So that's why this needs to understand that the officials that are in front of the implementation process of the policy, do they understand the policy? Are they aligned with the policy? How do we get them engaged and commit themselves to the policies that they are trying to implement? And that is the question, because the policies have been already formulated. They are very good and they're sound. Now, the question that I was speaking earlier on about trust. So we can only manage to to get the officials engaged and commit themselves in the process of implementing the policies effectively if they own the process themselves, if they own the policy, if they own the program. What does it mean to own the program? What does it mean to own the process? They have to understand the process. They have to be part of the process themselves so they can be able to implement it, because in most cases we just formulate policies, and then we pass it on to other people to implement. So look, no one is going to implement something that does not know. And this might just be the problem that's behind some of the failures in the process of implementing policies. And this is why we're trying to see this problem within the leadership perspective. So these are some of the statistics that I'm not going to go through them again, because we were very well, they were very well presented yesterday. These statistics are showing us, comparing where we were 10 years ago and so far. Okay, just here, if you look at the second quarter of this year, the GDP, okay, it's minus, it's negative. The second quarter this year. So this is the problem. Okay, of course we can tell, okay, we understand this COVID and all those things. We are mindful of these factors, external factors, but we still have to look at this data and reflect on them within the framework of the NDP. What does it mean for us? Because we have 7 years left to the lifespan of the NDP. So are we on track, or we are out of track in terms of implementing, executing, and achieving the objectives of the NDP? Because it has been 10 years. Next year is going to be 10 years. It has been launched, the policy. How far are we? What are the milestones? And what are the benchmarks in terms of quality services? Because one thing is we can claim to say, yes, things are being done. We have this, but is this related to the benchmark in terms of quality of what is expected? So these statistics, they're just a way to guide us, our thoughts, our reflection on how we can improve from now on, because we have 7 years left until 2030. And again, here talking about unemployment. Again, here it's the second quarter of this year. We have data here, it's too slow. So the slow growth, yes. We also have other statistics here about the proportion of unemployed by educational level. So we have here less than matric, only 51%. You have matric, 38%, and then other tertiary, 7%, graduate, 2%, and then other 0%. These statistics, they're very important for us to understand and to situate and to locate us within the context. And again, the CPI, again, it's very high. We're talking about the second quarter of the year. In July, it's 7.8. And again, how are we doing in terms of economics? Are we improving? Are we stagnant? Is it slow? We're not. There's no change at all. So all these statistics, they help us and now analyze these things. So we're talking about the NDP itself. As I said earlier on, I spoke about this already, but I'll come again. The objective, we know, there's no need because it's mentioned already. I just want to take more time to move forward to what I'm going to spend more time on. And again, here we're talking about the household income. Is there any improvement? But from what we see from the statistics, yes, there is, but it's light, it's very small, it's little improvement. Yes, there has been improvement, but it's not the pace that we expect that things will change drastically. So we need again to reflect. Why is it so slow? Why are things changing so slow? Why is the pace so slow in the change? And therefore, this is where I was, where I stopped when Honorable the Chair made a comment. So there are 3 pillars here. The NDP present 3 pillars. We say, well, for us to change, we need to address these factors: to active citizenry, we have effective government, and strong leadership. Now, this paper focuses on strong leadership because we believe this is at the center of everything. If the leadership is strong, it's going to activate other sectors, and then they're going to work by themselves, because leadership, that's what it does. Capacitate and then leave things work on their own because they have been capacitated already. Now, strong leadership is one of the keys of success in terms of policy implementation, not only formulation, but implementation. What does it mean, strong leadership? If we look back, the question of leadership has always been at the center of all human activities. So, and literature is shown that leadership being at the center, if it shows its strength, the strength of leadership will eventually determine the outcome of any activity that any community, any organization has been undertaking. So which means the success of any activity depends on the strength of leadership. Strong leadership implies leaders that are willing and able to take on greater responsibility to address South Africa's challenges. That is what is understood as strong leadership. And this is within the document itself. Now, the question again is, if we know about this, why is it that we are not doing it? If we know, if the document says that we need strong leadership, and we know that we need to have this type of leadership, but we don't have it, why? And these questions now, they force us as academics, and also I believe practitioners, to find answers. Now, one of the answers shouldn't be lack of trust amongst people. Because for leadership to function properly, there has to be two ways communication, and only people can communicate effectively and yes, if and work together effectively if there is trust. Now, if there is no trust, and nothing is going to happen. And this is why, as I followed Honorable DM previously, who spoke before me, she spoke about relationship between the councillors and the officials. I mean, that's the problem. So there's lack of trust between them and amongst them, and as a result, there's poor service delivery. So, which means we can have our policies very well formulated, but the implementation may fail because people don't work together, they don't trust one another, and they don't, lack of trust is going to bring as result negative results, because people don't work. To work, you need partners. You've got to be my partner so that you can work together and have the desired result. Now, high levels of mistrust among major social partners. We're talking about government, business, labor, and civil society. So there's lack of trust among these stakeholders. And as a result, we're having problems in achieving the objective of our program, I mean, our policy, I mean, the NDP. And as a result, so the statistics as they speak, the slow growth, the pace of growth, of change, it's very slow. And we need to increase the pace so that we can at least achieve half of the objective of the NDP, remaining 7 years. How can I get the officials to engage themselves and commit themselves with the implementation of the policy document? I can only do that if I get them to own the policy document. They have to own it. They have to make it theirs. They have to understand that this is, I'm doing this because of my own life. And they own it if they're part of the process of getting the document together. What I'm saying is, we need to get the officials who are implementing the policies on the policy itself in the process. If we don't get them to do that, they will not be engaging and committing themselves effectively to implement the policy document. And there won't be any success in doing so because they don't own the policy, they don't own the process. They've been just people who have been just sent to do something which sometimes they don't even understand what they have to do because they were not part of the process that led to the product that they have. So strong leadership is significant in a way that it will enable what is regarded as a virtuous circle of building trust and engaging in discussion to confront the most pressing challenges. Trust, according to the economic relations theory, has been regarded as the defining factor of success or failure in any organizational leadership. So we're talking about the stakeholders. They can't work together, and as a result, the policy document is going to suffer and may not achieve the intended objective because there's lack of trust among stakeholders, and which we need to address. In the public sector context, moreover, a study on trust is in senior management in the public sector verifies that there is a persistent lack of trust in senior management, making it very difficult to manage the workforce, as lack of trust has significant implications for employee attitude and behavior. And again, lack of trust brings this. My colleague also conducted some studies on trust some years ago, and result of the study shows this. A study reveals that organizational structuring and institutional capacity development are important for generating the much needed institutional trust to facilitate workforce management. What we want is what? We need to get people engaged. We need the workforce engaged in the process of implementing the policies. But they can only engage if there is trust. If they trust us as leaders, if there's that mutual trust between us, as leaders, officials, and the workforce. If they don't trust us, they will not engage and will not be able to implement the policies. We will not be able to implement the policies. Yes, we spoke about skills training. We can train people, but if they don't trust us, they will not effectively implement the policies. And again, another aspect with trust, it says trust is cognitive, it's affective, it's contractual, it's competence and goodwill to make the collaboration between the public organization and its board work as intended. So we can only work as partners if we trust one another. And this is the key, and this is at the center of sometimes why the policies they're not being implemented effectively, because there's lack of trust among people, among stakeholders, which we need to look at very carefully and try to provide an answer to that. The NDP, although promising on how it has been conceptualized, as I say, as a document, as a policy document, it's sound. There's nothing, I would say, it's not perfect as a document, but there's nothing else wrong with it as a document, as a policy document. But the problem lies on the implementation process of the policy. Also faces challenges that could undermine its successful implementation and get the same sort of result as the previous 5 programs if the current trend of socioeconomic development is not quickly stopped and overturned. So the statistic that we have, and since we followed yesterday and what we have today, it's disturbing in a sense that yes, there is progress, but it's very slow. Sometimes some other areas there's nothing. If we look at back in 5 years time and 10 years, we still the same point. For instance, if you check the UNDP, statistics on poverty, you see that the number is almost the same. If we look at the Gini coefficient on equality, it's almost the same. It's 0.60 something. So how can we fast track move and change things within the lifespan of the NDP? Now 10 years back, and then we have 7 years. Are we still going to manage to achieve what was intended with the NDP? How are we going to do that on the only 7 years? That's remaining. So leadership ethos is what we are proposing as maybe we will have. So we need to have an ethos, a leadership ethos that will guide the behavior of stakeholders, everybody involved in the process. What is that? What does it mean? Leadership ethos is a framework that is going to guide both the lay and the leading person, the relationship between partners. Everyone has to know exactly where it stands, where it stands, and what it's supposed to do, and what is expected from the person. And this is what leadership ethos is there for. So we need to have this ethos that's going to guide the behavior and regulate exactly how people should get to understand and behave in the process of implementing the policies. So it embodies influence relationship. Leadership ethos is associated with actions which add value, honor commitment to stakeholders and society, and obey laws. In influencing others, leaders are most effective when they are perceived as ethical steward, choosing service over self-interest, maintaining a long-term perspective about wealth creation, and treating others as trusted owners and partners. A morally virtuous leader is perceived as highly responsible, committed to the best interests of others, and effective at achieving results that come from highly motivated and engaged team members. So if we don't get our team engaged in the process of implementing the policies, nothing is going to happen. And we can talk, we can train people, we can do everything, that even the budget, but if the people are not engaged, they don't own the process, nothing will happen. So leadership ethos translates into a moral leadership ability that helps build good character and thus the will to do the right thing, such as being transparent and honest. These are what we need to be doing with in the process of implementing the policies. It transpires that the above account point to the lack of such a leadership approach. This is evidenced by ways in which office bearers at the highest level of leadership in South Africa conducted themselves in recent years. There have been scandals after scandals characterized by lack of ethical principles, exposing the inefficiency and serious. Excuse me?
No, you may continue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there have been
you've got 7 minutes to conclude.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Okay, I'll do my best to conclude. There have been scandals after scandals characterized by lack of ethical principles, exposing the inefficiencies and serious irregularities. So every day we read on papers and we observe and we see and we live these scandals which point to lack of ethical principles, which leadership ethos is advocating here. Gaps in the ways in which certain government departments have been conducting their businesses at great expense to the South African taxpayers, losing the trust in the process. So it's very important that we try not to abuse the trust, especially the taxpayers. I mean, the people. If we lose trust in the people, and then what most left to us? So we need the trust of the people. The people need to trust us as officials, as councillors. They need to trust us and know that we are there to represent them, and we have to do the right things for them. So in this respect, practices that do not conform with integrity-based approaches in leadership relationships, and then result in rampant corruption amongst managers, stealing and resources, all those bad practices are a result of lack of ethical principles, in the process of executing the leadership policies. Okay, so I'm just going to skip some of the content that just this document was sent. I'm just okay. I'm going now to speak leadership ethos. Finish the steps. That's right. What are the steps in terms of leadership ethos? What should we do now to establish such a leadership ethos so that we can get the people engaged and committed to what they have to do in the process of implementing the policies? First, establish characters such as honesty in leadership relationship to promote mutual trust within the organization. Honesty in leadership. So there's no way I can trust somebody who's not honest. A leader, a councillor, an official who's not honest, forget about it. There's no trust. So we need ourselves now, ourselves as leaders, we need first to show that character. So we are honest people, and then we do things in a very honest, man-based way. And then that is going to be promoting trust. People will trust us because trust, you don't tell people trust me, no. People trust you because they choose to trust you. They choose to trust you because they've experienced trust with you. So you don't tell people, trust me, I will do it. No, trust is a choice, and trust is built. It's not told. So we need to gain trust from our people, but we have first to show character that is going to indicate that they have to trust us, and we have to be honest ourselves in what to do. So the policies say we have to do this way, and we have to do that. And then demonstrate compassion in leadership relationship with the organization. Compassion. Well, here it's not about feeling pity about people. Somebody say do something, there's something wrong, or people do wrong things, and then okay, I need just to forgive them because I need to be compassionate. No, this is not what we're saying. Compassion is to understand the motive. Okay, why do people did this? Somebody is behaving this way. Okay, I need to understand, and on the basis of that understanding, I'll take my action. So if I don't try to understand why this is happening, so I cannot take action without and trying to understand the motives behind people's behavior. Promote commitment to effectiveness in reaching the objective in organization management. Well, how do we promote commitment if we don't understand what needs to be done? So first of all, we need to get people understand in spirit and the letter of the policy document. Do you understand? Yes, the letter is this, but what is the spirit behind this policy? And unless people get to understand that, they will not commit and they won't do anything. We're talking about here the workforce, because the policy is implemented, but everybody is part of the implementation process. Yes, we have officials who lead the process, but everybody is part of the policy implementation process. And the commitment and engagement of the people depend on the understanding of the policy, the spirit and the letter, and it's going to tell them whether they are more engaged or they are not. And then promote cooperation and participation in leadership relationship within the organization. So how do we get people cooperate and participate? Well, the participation is not only at the later stage of implementation. The participation starts from the process where we're starting formulating the policies, because people must understand why are we formulating these policies. And this is well done in South Africa. So people must understand why this policy is being formulated like this and what it intends to achieve. And only then they will cooperate and participate in the implementation because they understand the spirit and everything behind the policy. So this is how we can establish a leadership ethos. We have these four elements that guide us on how we can actually be successful in implementing the policies, which has been in some cases lacking in most processes of policy implementation. Just to finish, as a conclusion, I brought up this, I'm concluding my intervention with these two frameworks. The first one is a framework for socioeconomic development. So which means we have three stages of policy areas. So we have the input, the output, and outcomes. So industries and others are inputs, which means if we have industries and policies around industries, sound policies around industries, this will bring as outcome or output, output economic growth, because economic growth depends on the industries. So how much we produce and how much we produce and how much industry do we have. Sound policies in this area and very well implemented, they will lead us to the economic growth. The economic growth also, if we have sound policies and very well implemented, when I say very well, I mean effectively implemented, they will bring as outcome socioeconomic development. So the socioeconomic development are not policies, they are result of policies. So they start with the policies formulated in the first stage, industries, very well formulated and very well implemented. They will bring as output economic growth, which will then bring as outcome socioeconomic development. And this is what we are looking at. What has been done, what has been achieved since the NDP was launched in 2013. 10 years down the line, what have we got? What do we have thus far? And we have 7 years left to fulfill its lifespan. What should we do, and what can we? How best can we adjust the expected outcome according to the time? And then the second framework is on leadership ethos. Okay, how do we implement leadership ethos? So establish honesty in leadership relationship, and then demonstrate compassion in leadership relationship, and then we have to promote commitment to effectiveness in reaching the objectives, and promote cooperation and participation in leadership relationship. So this is how we go about implementing leadership ethos in the process of policy implementation, because we need to get people on the process. We need to get people engaged and committed to the process and trust us. Unless we do this, it will prove challenging to get people to trust us and work with us, and therefore policies will always present problems as far as implementation is concerned. So honorable members, your excellencies, in summary, this is what the paper it's saying, and this is what we had to present to you today. I thank you for the time, and look forward to the debate and questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ndaramba. Our next panelist is Mr. Rapatsa, Acting Director, Law Faculty, City of Limpopo. Over to you, Mr. Rapatsa.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair.
Yes.
I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes, you're audible and visible.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, I'm going to make an application that I also share my slides from my end. You will tell me as soon as they become visible.
Okay. I can only see Professor Ndalamba, not your slides.
Oh, my slide.
Okay, we can see your slides.
Okay, visible.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair, Honorable Rai. And please allow me to extend further greetings to Honorable Masondo, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, Honorable Tembingadimeng, and the panelists, and of course, everybody present here today. Indeed, I am Mashalera Bazam, attached to the School of Law at the University of Limpopo. And today I'll be speaking about the concept of state capacity, democratic administration, and socio-economic development. And of course, most of the things that I'm going to be speaking about, I noticed that they've already been touched on by the previous speakers, including the National Planning Commission, as was represented by Dr. Ramatsetse. If I'm not mistaken, pardon me if I'm misspelling the surname. And of course, from the Statistics South Africa Division. And before I run into it, I wish to present to you. And Chair, please, you will alert me if for some reason my slides become invisible. Alert me so that I can see what to do from my side. I've decided that I will begin my presentation by sharing with you the pictures that you are seeing on the screen. And this is because when I look at the National Development Plan, you will realize that most of those ideals that are currently on the screen are fully being expressed through the National Development Plan. The concept of Ubuntu, you see it in many areas where the National Development Plan says no one can exist alone. We coexist, we need to join hands, we need to help each other and so forth. And the concept of social justice, which I think is being actioned as we speak by the mere fact that the University of Limpopo has been invited to come and make an input here. Because in brief, social justice is about creating an environment where everybody is able to develop a sense that he is heard, he matters, and he too can make some contribution towards safeguarding the aspirations of the post-1994 project. And in the three there, you will see we make mention of peace, love, life, justice, freedom, and equality. All those ideals are fully enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, and they feature predominantly as the foundational values that inform how a developmental state should respond to the needs of society. Before I go any further, Chair, I wish to quote. Here are some words of one of our stalwarts of the struggle, Oliver Reginald Tambo, when he cautioned us about thinking that as soon as we transit from apartheid to democracy, things would be easy and it would be a smooth sailing. When he said, and I open quote and close, that we may think that it is difficult to wage a struggle against apartheid, but then we'll begin to realize that it is even more complex as soon as we transit into a democratic dispensation. And this is indeed being witnessed in the modern day South Africa. because of the practical challenges that the state is grappling with on a daily basis. The paper, because I'm approaching it from an academic perspective, I've decided that I'll split it in the following sections. The first part is about rationalizing why this topic. And the second part is about presenting some theoretical framework, because I believe that the theoretical underpinnings that are embodied in these particular approaches may inform our new thinking in terms of how we can effectuate bettering the critical element of the state capacity. And of course, I reflect on the institutions and their intended objective to service the proletariat. And of course,
sorry, Mr. Rabat, can I just check if, because on the screen, we have a web page of the South African government on National Development Plan. Are you aware of that? Is that the slides? Because what is on the screen is the South African government web page.
That should not be the case. Thank you for alerting me, because I'm actually going through the slides as I speak.
No, we still have on the screen the South African government web page on the National Development Plan 2030. Okay,
I'm going to attempt to share the correct page.
Yes, okay, we can see it now.
It's visible.
You can have it. Yeah, it's visible. If you can have it on full slideshow.
Okay. Is it still visible?
It's visible, yes.
Okay, and it's full slideshow.
Okay, you can continue.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. Then for Chair, are you saying that the pictures that I was talking about were not visible?
No, they were not.
Oh, they were not.
Yeah, we thought that we were still making opening remarks.
Oh, okay. No, they had to be visible. They had to be seen, Chair. That is what I have. Well, that is the first slide to my presentation. It contains the details of the topic. And then the second slide is about the pictures that I was talking about. I hope that colleagues will be able to remember what I said. So there you have the concept of Ubuntu, social justice, and then you have a tree. And in that tree, it embodies foundational values such as justice, freedom, equality, life, peace, love, and so forth. And I used this to reflect on that quote by our Mkulua Reginald Tambo. And where I was here, paper outline before the chairperson interjected to assist the. All right, with regard to the theoretical framework I indicated, here I'll be reflecting on the theoretical underpinnings that inform how certain things need to be shaped in as far as our efforts towards augmenting critical elements of state capacity are concerned. And here I want to rely on the traditional classical model. And then you also have the modern managerial approach to public administration. And on top of that, I will simply reflect on the concept of transformative constitutionalism, which many people subscribe to as far as South Africa's democratic dispensation is concerned. And most importantly, we've got to be mindful of what Frantz Fanon said in The Record of the Earth about how we must envision administration or democratic administration post struggles for liberation and freedom. And I'll also reflect on the institutions that are intended to serve the interest of the proletariat, which will be followed by a reflection on the challenges and prospects. And there we conclude. My attempt to locate the paper with the discourses associated with the National Development Plan would begin as follows. I want everybody to understand that the concept of state capacity is premised on 4 distinct areas. The first one being fiscal capacity, the second one being institutional capacity, third one being administrative, and the fourth one being technical. They are slightly interrelated, but each one of them have their own specific facets that they want to focus on. But you will realize as we proceed with the presentation that the concept of fiscal capacity, in as far as state capacity is concerned, is what has become critical for South Africa in particular. And it is what needs to be fixed in order that we may be able to realize the post-1994 aspirations. And I intertwine this with the experiences, of course, our lived experiences under apartheid as we compare them with those experiences that came with the post-1994 project. It is important to remember that under apartheid, the efforts were made at ensuring that the state is fully capacitated to service its people. Forget about the fact that the people that apartheid prioritized saving were fewer when you compare with the post-1994 project. But as a matter of fact, it was well appreciated that for the majority of the people, the proletariat, to be able to realize a good life, human well-being, socioeconomic development and all that, the state needed to intervene. And that's why you had numerous entities being put in the hands of the state so that the state is able to generate revenue. And through that revenue, the state is better placed to dispense services to its people. And here I'm making mention of your ESCOM and many others. And you've got to think about that and compare it with the post-1994 democratic dispensation. What has happened since then? Do we still believe that the state must be the custodian of the assets that are intended to generate revenue or enable the state to generate revenue towards being able to dispense necessary services to its people? And once we have that understanding, we begin to realize that the post-1994 project is seriously under threat. It is under threat because it appears that from a socio-economic point of view, the center is not holding. And I'm sure each one of us is able to appreciate this fact. On a daily basis, we wake up to hear that there are socio-economic challenges. These socio-economic challenges, of course, you have got to think about them in the context of what the National Development Plan sought to achieve from its time of inception, 2012-2030. And when you look at it in 2022, it means that we're actually almost halfway. But then these socio-economic challenges keep on erupting. And of course, here you would call Honorable Masondo highlighted most of them. The question of triple challenges of poverty, inequalities, and unemployment. And now they are even being heightened by the scourge of gender-based violence. So there's obviously that intrinsic relationship between those socio-economic challenges and the ever-creeping social issues that are appearing to present themselves as threats to the concept of state capacity. So as a country, therefore, we've got to realize that we are facing enormous risks to social cohesion. And once social cohesion collapses, we are now working towards becoming a failed state. Of course, it's a gradual process, because to be declared as a failed state, of course, it takes a lot of factors, your institutions and everything else. But the moment there is lawlessness and disorder in the country, there's a risk, there's a high risk of social cohesion collapsing. And once that happens, the NDP would be at risk of becoming a meaningless rhetoric. So in this paper, I emphasize that an administrative question relating to the capacity of the state to ward off social and economic deprivations inherited from the past is quite fundamental. Because I firmly believe that if the state does not have the necessary capacity, we would not be able to achieve the aspirations that were envisioned as soon as we transited into the democratic dispensation during the early 90s. And of course, in some ways, we also highlight on the failures associated with the liberal and post-liberal constitutionalism, because in certain areas, it even feels as though we were entrapped into subscribing into policies or systems that would never work for the proletariat. back to the theoretical underpinnings that I was talking about, and I'm trying to align them with the concepts that entrenches state capacity. It has long been accepted that in terms of the traditional classical model, you have got to have a system that establishes normative bureaucratic tools of governance. And then once you have that, you create clear hierarchies, structures that clearly define who must do what in order for the state to achieve what. And you see this by and large in our National Development Plan. It tells you whose responsibility it is to do certain things in order for us to work towards achieving the intended objectives of eliminating poverty and unemployment and inequalities by 2030. And in terms of the modern managerial approach, of course, you see a little bit of a departure from the traditional classical model, in the sense that now a relationship is built between government and profit making. Yes, it still believes that from a positivist point of view, you have got to have clear rules and legal norms that guide you. How must you conduct your affairs as the state? Who gets what from the state and so forth? But the problem with that is this approach is vulnerable to exploitation, especially by private business, because while the state aspires to ensure that it delivers services to meet the needs of the citizens, private business is profit-oriented, and that imperils the ideals associated with fulfilling the aspirations of the post-1994 project. Like I said, most importantly, Frantz Fanon, he offers a quite psychoanalytical instrument in his book, The Record of the Earth. And this is where he was talking about the theory of revolution, to say, as we transit from, in our case, apartheid to a democratic dispensation, what do we aspire for? Do we want to retain some of the colonial instruments and want to think that we can use them to reform our systems and service the proletariat better? And here he lamented that, unfortunately, a former liberator becomes an oppressor himself. And of course, in our shores, it does not look like this has become a reality, but there's that risk. There's that risk, we cannot be immune from it, that we still want to rely on instruments that we inherited from the past, whose objectives at the time were completely different and detached from what we stand for today. Yet we still want to believe that we can achieve the good of the aspirations of the post-1994 project using the same instruments which were actually established not to advance the interest of the proletariat. So we've got to begin to think deep about this concept. Transformative constitutionalism has been celebrated in many quarters. Some of the things that it emphasizes is that let's see how best to achieve social change. Social change entails, among others, ensuring that the civil and political rights are fulfilled, socioeconomic rights are fulfilled, and so forth. And this, of course, with much reliance on the institutions that have been established to support this democratic dispensation. We all appreciate, of course, that there are specific institutions that have been established to ensure that the National Development Plan is fully realized. But there are specific life cases that we've got to look at. And these cases, as we talk about them, to some degree, to a large extent, they enlighten us in terms of when the state's capacity is remaining intact or the state's capacity is dwindling, and whether the National Development Plan is being imperiled or whether we are on course towards achieving its stated objectives and ideals. Some of those colleagues you would call, you have those state-owned enterprises whose primary objective ought to have been to assist stabilize the state, especially from a fiscal point of view. You would have noticed, you would be aware, colleagues, that in the recent past, we've seen the SAA being taken away. I will use this word loosely, being taken away from the state. Therefore, what it does is the state loses an opportunity to generate revenue, which revenue is required towards stabilizing its fiscal capacity. And the same argument could be advanced as far as ESCOM is concerned, because you are all aware we are currently going through difficulties. And if we were to realize the aspirations of the NDP, the sooner we deal with the problems of ESCOM, the better. And in as far as this notion of state being able to generate its own revenue is concerned, you will realize, colleagues, there's a challenge currently, which is obviously evolving, concerning funding of higher education. Because if you look at the NDP tells you that for us to be able to reach where we want to be, we have got to be worried about skilling our labor, prioritizing education, and so forth. And funding of higher education is one of them. And you are all aware that this we have been achieving through NSFAS, but there are challenges at the moment. And once fiscal capacities run out, it means funding of higher education is going to be under immense threat. And once you are not able to fund higher education as the state, it means you are not able to deliver in terms of the intended objectives of the National Development Plan. We would not be able to have skilled and educated populace, especially among the youth. So these are some of the recent developments that we are witnessing. And of course, they should represent huge worries to all those that care. The other critical elements which unfolded in the case law, they are simply being presented here to just demonstrate that the question of state capacity has always been there. You would notice that we have had cases dating back as 1997, and then transiting early 2000, late 2000, until 2016. All of these cases, when you read through them, you realize that the concept of state capacity has always been under threat. And of course, each one of them will represent specific limitations in as far as each one of those stated state capacities are concerned. Here being technical, administrative, fiscal, and institutional. In the case of the government of the Republic of South Africa versus Program, which was delivered in 2001, this demonstrated that when the state does not have capacity to distribute resources, to fund distribution of such resources, then unfortunately, realization of the right to housing gets compromised. And this we also saw in the case of Supramani, where the state was unable to roll out essential medical services to Mr. Supramani, and simply because of limitations as far as the fiscal capacities are concerned. And this remained one of those celebrated jurisprudence, not in a bad way, simply to demonstrate the duties that fall on the state in terms of having to provide or safeguard the right to health. And we also saw this recently in the case of Section 27 and others versus the Minister of Education and another. And this is a case that concerned delivery of textbooks. You would recall that happened in Limpopo. So this, among others, there are many other examples that we can talk about, but this, among others, were picked to simply explain that there is a danger when the state's fiscal capacity dwindles. And such dangers necessitate in us being unable to fulfill the aspirations of the post-94 project. Looking at these realities, the experiences, and of course, having regard to the National Development Plan and the statistics which were presented yesterday, one decided that perhaps we've got to be focused now. We pick up one or two critical aspects that we consider to be challenges, and let's see how best we can navigate around them. Because obviously, we cannot despair. We've got to sit down and say, but is NDP really the solution? If it's not, what can be done? What one notices is that in the fiscal capacity, what we also call economic capacity, is featuring as South Africa's major impediment. And this is largely because of the macroeconomic politics and dictatorship of the neo-colonialists. What am I talking about here? You realize that globally, of course, there's this concept of globalization where there's a belief that we belong together and then we interact, we do global trades and all that. But these policies are determined elsewhere. Obviously, there's that mismatch between where they are determined, how they are determined, and what they are intended to achieve, and our own socio-economic realities in the country. And that's why we continue to have the pervasive socio-economic challenges in South Africa. The question of poverty, inequalities, and unemployment, and of course, compounded by the scourge of gender-based violence. What you see there is this mismatch makes NDP non-aligned with the realities on the ground. And one needs to make an honest assessment. I mean, we've been talking about it, it's 2012, 13, now it's 2022. So it means that we have been having it for over 10 years. And in 7 to 8 years, would be in 2030. So we need to sometimes sit down and honestly reflect. Are we achieving as intended by the National Development Plan? And of course, the post-1994 project of democratic dispensation. If not, what can be done? Because it's very clear the pervasive socio-economic challenges are here. They are persisting, notwithstanding the fact that we have been swimming in the ocean dictated by a National Development Plan. So as we navigate around whether National Development Plan is working or not, let me state that in this paper, my intention was to show that states that lack administrative, technical, and physical capacities are very much prone to social disruptions and underdevelopment. And I'm sure honorable members would agree with me. This is the reality that we are facing in South Africa currently. The fact that the state is unable to deliver on certain promises causes a lot of social disruptions. And it's high time that we've got to be thinking about how best to deal with those. It could be that we've got to be thinking within the policy formulation point of view, or maybe there's a need for an imbizo of some sort, because otherwise the promised aspirations of the post-1994 project are rapidly dissipating. And part of the reasons why that is the case is because the state capacity in terms of fiscus is dwindling. And as it dwindles, the middle class proletariat is the one that feels the pinch more. Feels the pinch more how? In terms of taxes, high taxes to fund social programs. And of course, I mean, we are all aware what happened yesterday. We're sitting here, repo rate has been increased. We all know what it means. The cost of living keep rising and rising, which then tells you that new risks are emerging. And therefore, if it means that there's a need for recalibration of the National Development Plan, let it be. Because 10 years was enough for me to make an assessment in terms of whether it is working or not. And if we come to a realization that it's not working as thought, it shouldn't harm us to sit down and say, let's think again. We want something that will offer some solutions in practical terms. Because unfortunately, if we don't do that, social disruption, discontent is breeding and really fast. And we can't afford to have that. As a matter of way forward, I believe that there is also a need for South Africa to clarify our foreign policy and international alliances. And with that, I'm saying we need to guard against neo-colonialist parasites. Because, for instance, we are a member of BRICS, but I've not seen us really exploiting the benefit that should come with being members of BRICS. Maybe we're not supposed to be having load shedding today. I remember at one point, we heard a lot about the nuclear deal and all that. And it looked like it was geared towards helping us deal with the energy crisis that we have today. But there was a lot of noise about it, and eventually it was abandoned. What caused that? It is because we are not very clear about who's our international ally. We've got to clarify that. Our policy must be clear. Our international ally is this, and this is how we're helping each other, and so forth. Secondly, I believe that there's a need for us to begin to look at issues around population and economic growth. There's a need to talk about the two in unison. What am I saying here? population continues to grow, whereas our economy has been limping. What it means is it's not necessarily harmful to sit down and begin to say, would it necessarily be irrational for us to limit the right to reproductive health? For instance, if you don't have the means to take care of the children that you bring, would it necessarily be rational for the state now to begin to impose some limitations on the number of children that one can have? We need to begin to have some honest conversations about this, because if we don't, we can clearly see that the center is not holding. And when the center is not holding, the risks, the day they erupt, they will affect all of us. So it's high time that we've got to begin to be proactive, even if it means that the National Development Plan must align accordingly, so be it. Because it talks about economic growth, indeed, the National Development Plan, towards creating employment and so forth. But there are these pervasive socioeconomic challenges that could continue to creep. And when they do so, they interfere with its operationalization and, of course, its ability to achieve the intended aspirations. When it doesn't, let's begin to have honest conversations and think, if we were to limit the right to reproductive health, would we necessarily be irrational as the state? And then, thirdly, I'm asking myself, we've got to begin to ask this question: what actually safeguards state capacity? And we have got to be mindful of what happened under apartheid. Deliberate decisions were taken to say the state must own this and that, so that the state is able to generate necessary revenue to dispense services to its people. Never mind the fact that there were few people at the time being targeted through racial discriminatory laws and all that. But as a matter of fact, the apartheid system said we need to own this in order for us to be able to dispense services to our people. In this context, I'm asking, capitalism or communism, of course, your socialism, and what will work for us as South Africa? We've got to be clear about it, because what is the use of continuing to identify as a capitalist state when in fact it does not seem to be working for the poor? And how about we opt for a hybrid model where we are guaranteed that the state, its ownership of certain critical elements or minerals is guaranteed. And once it's guaranteed, then you are sure that state capacity, especially the economic element of it, is safeguarded. When once it's safeguarded, you are rest assured that the state would be able to dispense services. The state would be able to fund education, would be able to fund the health, would be able to fund social programs, and many others. So these are some of the threats that are cropping up, and unfortunately, when the state does not have the economic muscle, I can assure you, technical abilities, administrative abilities, institutional abilities will be affected. Because when the state is not able to make resources available for Chapter 9 institutions, those Chapter 9 institutions become vulnerable to capture. Because those that have money can simply dictate. They will simply dictate and say, well, you are the public protector, but we can fund you. And obviously, once they fund you, they will dictate how you operate. So when the state has adequate resources, we are all safe in terms of institutions, in terms of who we deploy to government to serve, and in terms of distribution of social services to our people. So, Chair, that is the long and short of what I intended to share with honorable members. I believe that I see the NDP as a document that contains those foundational ideals that each one of us would like, that is ending poverty, inequalities, and so forth. But we've got to appreciate that there are threats, and those threats in the main are centered around the state's dwindling economic capacities. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for the input. I see that on the platform, thank you very much, Mr. Rapatsa, for the input. I see that on the platform we are 63. But my concern is that of that 63, there are 13 permanent delegates, including the presiding officers, and also greet the acting premier, Shiva, who's a special delegate. So I'm just concerned that most members keep on leaving the platform. Now we're getting to the next activity, which is interactive discussion, comments, questions, and proposals. And I will hand over to Honorable Deputy. Over to you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khai, and also thank you to the presenters. I was of the view, and I can be advised, we are still left with about 3 presentations. Why don't we conclude the presentations and then we have the remaining time to have the discussion? We are now at 12:15. And if I suppose if we do it like that, we might be through with it, but I can be advised. Honorable Khai, other members, what is your advice?
That's a good idea, Honorable Deputy Chair. Let's continue with
general agreement.
the program. Yes.
Thank you very much. Then we will then call on Dr. Jantjies, the Deputy Minister. Yes, you may.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. I do agree. I do have a challenge, and in terms of time, my next, it's now at 1 o'clock. I actually wouldn't want the Honorable Chair to change the program. I think I agree with the spirit, but I equally just did not want to vanish on such an important discussion. I can be able to stay on until 13 hours, Honorable Chair.
So what are you advising?
Well, Chair, I don't know if there will be specific questions to COCTA. Maybe they can be put on the chart. I will take them down and I'll also respond in writing, and possibly the chair can then send to all the stakeholders who would have wanted to know something from cooperative governance.
It's also actually giving a solution to the issue.
Yes, Chair, that's what I wanted to suggest.
Those that are having specific queries for the COCTA can then now arrange with our host officials as to how you are going to put it through. Let us do it in that fashion. Thank you very much, DM. Yes, I think we want to continue because, like you have already said, you will be leaving at 1. But I think it can be facilitated that those that have specific questions for you as Deputy Minister of COCTA, the host officials can arrange, or others can put it on the chat group, and we will then now facilitate the responses. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Jantjies, if you can, Dr. Jantjies is from the Parliamentary Budget Office, and we would love for him to make his presentation now. After that, we will have Mr. Dr. Itumeleng Mokoena from the Industrial Economist Trade and Industrial Policy Strategy. And also, then we will have the Acting Premier of Mpumalanga. That will be our 3 presenters, and from there we will at least dedicate some time to discussion. Dr. Dumisani Jantjies.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of National Council of Province. Good afternoon, the Chairperson of the National Council of Province, Honorable Masondo. Good afternoon, Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Lucas. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you so much for the opportunity for this important platform to give input. We really, really appreciate it. I think my presentation really talks about it's really structured into 3 aspects. To give just a bit of a background about the industrial policy and legislative background, look at certain context, but also look at the outcomes that we've seen over time, which really has led to the dysfunctional structure of our economy, which is really unintended, but also look at some of the key consideration for consideration for later in this regard, and I mean for seventh dispensation, what have you. I think the presentation, as I say, it really provides members with the understanding of the issues facing our economy within the context of the industrial policy and legislative provisions in this regard. Next slide, please. I think, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, I just want to start with just give you a quick outlook in terms of what we have done recently within the NCOP. I think what we have outlined there really is to share the concerns around the global economic outlook, which looks quite poorer. Oh, sorry, I just moved quickly. All right. Sorry, Mr. Chavazan is moving the slides for me, so I might be moving quite quickly. All right. So I just want to start with the global outlook, which we gave out in the midterm budget. But I think the broader picture there is really spell out the global poorer outlook as it relates in largely parts of the global fiscal and monetary policy contraction that's taking place globally. You'll see the multilateral organizations warning about that, in particular within the context of at which we are, right, at a context at which we are, have seen also more other shocks to economies recently, and this policy space that's playing out globally is likely to lead to very entrenched global recessions in particular, and given the context that we're operating in. And really this also, you see that playing out a lot, affecting developing countries quite worse off. We see money, really capital outflowing from our economy, particularly developing countries and also Africa being affected as a result of global tightening of monetary and fiscal policy. Going to also looking at South African outlook as well, which looks quite poorer, also relatively poorer over the medium term. This is little because our concerns, Chair and members and colleagues, was that there has been limited support from the midterm policy reviews that we've seen and they support the economy, largely due to the fact that the increase in infrastructure spending proposed will be offset by decline in other functions of government. The aggregate demand and investment likely to remain low. So am I moving too fast? All right, sorry, Mr. Tavazali. I'll let you know to move to the next slide. But also the economic structure will remain highly concentrated and inadequately diversified, which is very at the heart of our discussion around industrial policy in particular. The efforts to fight inflation and reduce government debt levels will likely hurt small businesses and poorer households than it meant to support them. Next slide, please. I think then this really allows me to start the discussion around the industrial policy by setting a very clear context from which we have emphasized before that there are two aspects of economic development that acts as an important constraint to well-being and ultimately the ability for the economy to achieve sustainable growth and development around the human development, economic development, but also importantly around the industrial structural transformation in particular. These aspects of economic development are really interrelated because human and industrial development impact one another through employment and through income as well. The ability of the economy to create adequate level of employment and income will affect levels of poverty and human development. Food and energy security and infrastructure are crucial for human and economic development in particular. The adequacy and quality of food, energy, infrastructure affect the quality of life and productivity, capacity of the economy. Overall, Chair members, there are large constraints on economic development and growth due to inadequate human development, economic and industrial transformation, and food and energy security and infrastructure as a whole. That's really a very context I must set out in getting to these discussions. And we've seen the way, next slide, yes, thank you, next slide please. We've seen the way the progress with regards to development and implementation of industrial policy in post-apartheid South Africa. Really, that can be characterized in many forms, but I think here, look at the literature, sort of break it down to two stages, where the first stage has been that of pre and post 1994 economic planning, where the aim of economic planning then was just generally to improve the function of the markets rather than promoting structural transformation. And these measures included rapid trade liberalization, which contributed to large deindustrialization we've seen over time, and that has really borne disadvantageously heavily on the manufacturing industries and causing of joblessness at the same time. The promotion and entrenchment of the economic dominance by highly concentrated resource-based industries and capital-intensive sectors were also seen playing out around that time of economic planning. And really, the debate within the literature is that even though there wasn't a particular industrial policy, that how it played out, leading to deindustrialization and destroying some of the sectors that are so important, could be seen as it was the choice of hidden industrial policy in this regard. And we've seen later on government playing a very important stage where there was emergence of the industrial policy, the post-2007, where there was clear formal industrialization planning, which took effect. And through the National Industrial Policy Framework and later IPEP being implemented over time, it really led to a lot of progress in development or transversal instruments, and really seeing some of the sectors be very structurally be supported and really become more important strategies by which the economy was to be decentralized. But I think looking at how the things were playing, look at a lot of economic issues, but look at a lot of challenges in our society and economy, and also policy planning in particular, that we had limited effect in part due to poor economic planning, but also more importantly, the issue of, okay, moved to the next slide, okay. Okay, we're on the next slide, yes, we are there, yes, around emergence of the industrial policy. So we've seen a lot of limited effect on that regard due to some of the challenges I mentioned there. In particular, look at there hasn't been much investment required to transform the economy, and also support for resource-based goods and lack of jobs and largely growing inequality. And at the context of that, which has led to less impact, was also there were ongoing major economic shocks that we've came across since that time. We talked about the issue of evaluation of our currency, the issue around global financial crisis and depression in 2017-18, but also the issue of energy security, and now with the COVID-19 and also some of the geopolitical issues. Certainly that plays quite an important role in see how the industrialization can take effect. The next slide, please. And really, what was important then, which also contextualizes the fact that the National Industrial Policy Framework and IPEP set out clear strategic and goals for the country going forward, which included the importance of facilitating the diversification beyond what we had then, but also intensifying the transformation of economy towards more knowledge economy, promotion of low absorbing sectors, but also promoting broad-based industrialization. So there's a clear framework within which we have set out ourselves. Next slide, please. And then looking at that, Chair and members, the questions that, or the themes that come across, which we will use throughout the discussion now, is really around, has there been a coherence between industrial policy and other macroeconomic or other policy to give effect to industrialization that we wanted and we set ourselves for then? And another question or theme is, given the structure of our economy, the concentration, highly concentrated, and few dominance, but few large and oligopoly corporations, have real industrial policy been able to incentivize productive trends and change the distribution of economic powers as we want it to be? Has industrial policy been seen as a critical component of broader goals of development and inclusion, which should have been played out in many other macroeconomic policies we've seen over time? And also that, how has public procurement in particular or other framework interfaced quite well with the objective of, and it's within this framework, these things that we understand the discussions of what has happened, what has not happened. And the next session, Chair, is really to talk about the outcomes, what we have seen over time in our economy, and we call it here the dysfunctional structural economy, which was really a result of moving away from what we wanted to do from industrial framework and principles set out in that regard. I mean, the major question there really, such as South African economy since the 1980s, the next slide, the next slide. The structure of South African economy since the 1980s, really, you can see when you compare between from 1981 and 2021, the percentage of the value add from manufacturing sector to GDP has declined has halved in particular from 25% contribution of the manufacturing to the GDP to 12% in 2021. That has to be an issue that worries us, and we never realize transformation that we want with such a kind of picture playing out as we see from the literature itself. Economic realization outside of core mining and mineral-related industry sector has never taken off. So we focus a lot around those MECs, as they called. Firms in domestic supply chain have not developed requisite capabilities in manufacturing to drive structural economic transformation over time, and market power for large firms within value chains such as food processing, metals, and machinery and chemicals, and any other sectors which are more important for secondary sector economy remain very, very entrenched. And this is what this picture really showing, to say things have actually, within the industrialization section, has gotten worse. We've seen actually the finance, intermediaries, information, insurance, real estate, and business services have increased its contribution to the economy since the same time, which is a bad impression, because it means clearly our economy has financialized way much than we require as a developmental economy in over the same period of time. Value add as a percentage of GDP in the mining sector have remained relatively flat for the past 20 years or so at the rate of 5% of GDP. The increase in value add as a percentage of GDP during the commodity super cycle around the time of global financial crisis is not as large as we would have expected. If you see in the economy, in the trend there, it doesn't that much. Next slide, please. I think in this slides really it reemphasizes the point around the premature deindustrialization and growth in particular. Economists have observed that deindustrialization, which is the peak and subsequent decline of manufacturing employment and value add to total GDP, has occurred earlier in the developing countries than within their developed parts. So in particular, there has been that trend around developing countries where we've seen deindustrialization prematurely taking place, and we also suffered a similar in South African context. That is, this deindustrialization is occurring at a lower level of the GDP per capita than in the past. This generalized phenomena of premature deindustrialization is strongly associated with the implementations of the Washington Consensus Policy that we've talked about in the 80s, in that in particular. Also linked to the middle income trap. A number of middle income developing countries are caught between low wage and also low income compared to the advanced countries. This implies really a slow long-term growth rate of developing countries and longer periods to converge with advanced countries. Very, 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 very slow over time. So clearly, we've also seen that already in the 80s, South Africa was already starting to decline in its industrialization in particular. And there was obviously an opportunity to try to build it up, but you've seen, as you look at the structure, how our economic planning happens in those trenches, that the industrialization was never really centered, just immediately after end of apartheid. And next slide, please. I think I want to start here, emphasize the importance that the South African economy is very, very concentrated. And this is a very important, this is a fundamental to understanding why the South African economy is not seeing new players in the economy, in particular Black economic campaign. A lot of people do not understand that what the high concentration, both vertical or horizontal, does on the economy and how it could straight entrepreneurship and also new investment and growth in the industry. The big players are happy to extract oligopoly rents and to distribute them to shareholders, including large number of foreign shareholders in particular. The South African corporations have moved their primary listings and cross listings onto the foreign stock market exchange. Some of them, like Anglo, now listed in JSE, is foreign investor in South Africa and extract large shares of profits of their companies from South Africa. The largest corporations now have the very small share of the operations within South Africa. The ability to promote industrial policy, investment, structures of the economy is made incredibly difficult by the concentration in the market control. And it explains the deindustrialization that started in 1982, when these corporations took control of businesses of foreigners that divested from South African economy when economic sanctions against South Africa took place in particular. And that really important message this slide is trying to put out. The factors that underpin and entrench the dominance of the sectors have not been eroded, partly because arrangements have remained in place post-1994, to maintain the structure as it was, as we've seen it now, which is a very serious stumbling block to industrialization and transformation of the economy as a whole. Next slide, please. We've seen also the financialization and large corporations in the 90s. Since the 90s, the global economy in South Africa have become increasingly financialized, even over and above it being concentrated. In 2021, the JSE Top 100 group consists of 43 or dual listed companies. Despite the high levels of corporate profitability by international standards, the South African economy is trapped in a cycle of low investment and low growth, suggesting lack of reinvestment of these profits despite making these much profits within the real economy. And then we'll say there has to be a policy that actually ensures that actually takes place. There's been significant stagnation of private sector investment from the period after the global financial crisis in particular. We've seen quite a serious stagnation of investment economy from the private sector. Investment of lead firms have increased, but these have been in form of large merge activities and international listings, more really shares buying, more really within the rent seeking as opposed to in a real economy or equity portfolios and so on. The implications is that lead firms raise capital from the domestic economy to fund more internationalized investments rather than local productive investment economy. In 2020, out of 15 out of 17 real estate companies, the JSE by assets had most of their assets outside South Africa. That's a really important point to think about when you think about whether we're going to realize this industrialization with more deliberate policies. The behavior of a large domain corporation that have chosen not to increase the investment in the economy is more important for explaining the poor performance of economy. Now, low GDP, low investment, and increased unemployment. While a lot of South Africans point to ESCOM, corruption, state capture, and blame the government for failing to examine the role of big businesses. Okay, while there is concerns that people blame other ESCOM, corruption, and so many other matters, failing to examine the role of big business plays in an economy as a very, very fundamental problem. National development plans, economic programs, and industrial policy has to consider how to transform the economy, which will include thinking about how to reduce the market concentration, power of dominance cooperation, and power of the financial sector in particular. And next slide. There has been delinking, the point making here, there has been a clear delinking of investments in the financial markets and the real economy. Financial markets have been leveraged to fund speculative rather than productive investment in the economy. The stock of debts of the top 100 JSE firms have remained high over the past 3 decades. It increased much from 56% to 80% in the recent time. In other words, an increased large share of returns is used to service the debt as opposed to invest in the economy. Firms have invested significantly in short-term liquid assets. Dividend payments have increased substantially relative to capital expenditure, such as in the mid-20s. The value of financial assets have far exceeded the real economy productive investments in South Africa across the world. In South Africa and across the world. The growth of value in the stock market is a stark contrast of stagnant domestic investment and productive in particular. One of the implications of financialization of non-financial corporations is that activist shareholders and the shareholder value movements pressures the corporations for high short-term returns, and this has led many corporations to turn to financial markets and more speculative returns to satisfy their shareholders for value creation in particular. Next slide. In this graph, really, we just want to quickly talk about the issues around the credit extension to private sector, including household. And since 2001, households received 30% of the credit concession. I think without really going quite too deep into the slides, I think this slight emphasis here is that even if we've seen in the run up to global financial crisis, when South Africa growth grew by 5% or even more per annum, there was a massive increase in mortgage lending. So meaning that even if there's a credit extension increase, that do not necessarily go to productive or do not lead to real investment in economy, but largely mortgage lending for the household and also for the entities in particular. There was a massive misallocation of capital that put relatively affluent households into large debt burdens, which they are still currently trying to pay off, and as a result are not able to participate in the real economy in investment in particular. It is worth noting that credit accession for investment is relatively low for the whole period that we're showing in this graph. South Africans, large corporations do not generally borrow from banks. They raise money from the stock market or from bonds. The SMEs are, as you can see, then very poorly supported by the sector in particular. I think move to the next slide, please. Then I think in this graph, what we're trying to show here, Chair and members, that credit extended to private sector including households, as I mentioned, almost doubled between 1994 and the period that you see there, 2007 there. But I mean, I think it goes even further than that. But the fixed investment only grew by 5%. I think the credit extended to private sector was around 20% in 1994, and that grew 20% of GDP, and that grew to 48% in 2017. I didn't update the data there. But the fixed investment, which we would expect the credit to be taken for, has actually just been flat. I mean, it grew by almost 45% of the GDP over the same period of time. So what was the private business doing with the money that it borrowed? That's a question that we ask, and clearly the way the structure of the economy shows that it was not really put it out into investment. If you compare the level of credit extended to private businesses in 2003, being high debt and so on, for a period, it was around 27% of GDP, and you look at the investment. So there hasn't been really investment a lot, particularly also with households. The concern here on the graph below is that you see that even the households are also very much trapped into high debt, which was extended quite a lot, and they aren't able to participate in the economy, both from the credit extended being not being used for real investment, but mainly being used for non-productive activities in the economy. The next slide, I just run through the next slide so that I mustn't take you too long with a lot of my graphs. I think in this slides talk about the capital stock as well within different sectors. Again, when you talk about industrialization, you talk about what stock levels have been used, and then we just compare between the two periods, 1994 and 2024, different sector. There was real growth in capital stock in manufacturing and very little transformation of the manufacturing sector between 1994 and 2020. The same is true with the mining, agriculture, and forestry. So overall, the increase in capital stock is poor for industry. So there wasn't really much increase in the capital stock for these more industrialized sectors between the two periods. The big increase for the capital stock was finance, insurance, real estate, business services. Unfortunately, many people think this particular sector, which you see, the bigger graphs there. The first one on the graph below, the first one from your left, fire-ups. Unfortunately, many people think this sector as the financial service sector. The graph of the broken down into components shows that finances did not grow, but most of the capital stock growth is due to real estate, which generally fixed stock, but the price paid rises. And in professional business, and largely part of it is due to large growth in private security services and in the South economy, where the rich felt that the social inequality will lead to more security concerns for them. The contribution of the mining and in real sectors and food, beverage, and tobacco sectors of the manufacturing capital stock grew by just 10% within the same period of time. So many minerals and more processed food, both capital and energy-intensive sectors that rely less on workers or employment, but also indicate less diversification of sector itself within that indicate lack of diversification within the sectors themselves in particular. Next slide. Now this slide we talk about the previous slide was talking about this capital stock, but this one talks about the employment itself from different sectors. The industrial employment has declined in most of these sectors, as you see in the graph. The manufacturing, mining, agriculture, you've seen a huge decline as well of the employment over the long period of time. We see that government, social, and personal services have actually more workers compared to the industrialized sector. This is a very worrying factor in particular. Particularly, we're going to build the economy going forward. Other services sectors such as wholesale and retail have more workers over time as well. There's a big increase in finance and financial sector workers, but the increase in financial services is quite limited, while most of the increase is due to business services not classified anywhere else. And much of these jobs are cleaning jobs, not really jobs that are not contributing productively to the economy, which questions the fact that this was just redistributing. These jobs were normally where you find these jobs were based on the companies themselves, then were outsourced, and seamlessly there are more jobs created, but there wasn't really more jobs being created in particular in this issue. There are also a lot of jobs in professional businesses, and much of these are private securities, explained when taking about capital stock, but you couldn't see that as well. So there is also a massive blow on jobs over time, particularly around the sectors, productive sectors, industrialized sectors in particular. The next slide, again, this slides just try to explain the capital flows in the financial side or the balance of payments, its volatility. It is volatile and very much related to liquidity in developed countries and their speculative movement. So basically, we're so much reliant on these financial capital flows, and it's so volatile and really dependent a lot on what happens in developed countries in particular. We see that the net FDIs is low or negative as a percentage of GDP for much of the period of time. In the short-term flow associated with the more speculative capital movements, portfolios, and other flows are high but volatile in particular. So we can't really rely on those as an investment to economy because they're very, very volatile. Also note that long-term investment will not come for increased short-term flows. There is a huge maturity mismatch risk. Short-term inflows leads to more speculative domestic activities as well. It happened before the global financial crisis in 2003 for foreign money into stocks and drives the price up in so many areas. The flows is mostly short-term bank lending, and a lot of that is driven by credit trade, where foreigners borrow in developed countries and at the low rates to make short-term returns in a particular small countries like South African economy. Next slide. I'll just quickly jump through to the next slide. Okay, and in this slide, we're also showing the importance that actually the impact of capital flow on developing countries induce them to increase interest rate, as we've seen yesterday, because of the way things are happening. We're forced to increase, the fact that we have to maintain this capital not out of the country. We have to incentivize by increasing interest rate, which impacts so heavily on the economy. South Africa has generally checked short-term cash inflows rather than the real investment in the economy. The combination of the highest interest rate and volatility cross-border capital flows pose serious risks to macroeconomic stability in developing countries. So it's very difficult to actually rely on these type of capital flows over time. South Africa is at risk because it has had annual deficits since 2003, except with during post-COVID-19. The current account deficit has predominantly been due to net financial transfer on the current account as opposed to really the real income coming to the economy. So therefore, our argument, what we made about this particular slide was that maintaining primary surplus as proposed in the fiscal outlook or fiscal objectives in the midterm, maintain a primary surplus and reduce government debt will not improve South African current account situation and prospects for growth, because the overwhelming impact and vulnerability of stabilizing alternative short-term foreign flow and higher interest rate regime it requires. So, which also builds up to the issues. So the concerns that we have that the continuous decline in investment in productive sectors over time has really impacted the economy's ability to transform or to industrialize as is required. And I think in this slide, what we are saying here, Chair and members, are concerned that it's important that we fulfill our commitments as a government for investing, particularly that we have set out ourselves in the National Development Plan, the targets for how much of government spending will be allocated, government and corporation, public corporations, how much of the spending will be allocated as a percentage of GDP allocated to investment, and that has to be followed through as important aspect that will ensure industrialization takes place, or at least transformation for economy takes place as required. So lack of capacity, the other issue which we emphasize in this slide, and the lack of state capacity to deliver on infrastructure project, as well as insufficient progress in addressing structural constraint, do not really help our outlook for fixed investment. So there has to be very concerted efforts to really meet our commitments set out in the NDP if we're going to turn things around. Next slide, particularly around industrialization. In the next slide, gross GDPs in particular, is just summarize what I was saying there to say it's important to recognize that the economy to grow requires much support for government, both for households and also for infrastructure in social and economic infrastructure in particular. And now, just because I see my time is moving quite quickly, I just want to quickly summarize our concerns around the current strategy or a current announced strategy the government going forward, which is really about structural reforms. It's mainly about main interventions about fixing network industries, reducing red tapes, increasing labor deregulations for flexible, and so many other things. So I think our concern is the structural reform do not aim to, in particular, doesn't even say it, aim to transform the structure of the economy. They are based on calculus that actions within the certain sectors and reducing the tapes will culminate cumulatively add several pointers towards economic growth. The aim of the macroeconomic, which are macro in nature, or supply side projects to improve conditions and reduce cost of business, in particular, more economic activities. But I think what you're saying, the government's defined structural and economic concerns have really interpreted in narrow sense where the problem are identified as related to government's action or deregulations or red tapes and so many other things. And our concern, this is supply side, sadly, or interesting, if this is a very concern, the issues or regulation around competition policy has not been flagged as a red tape, yet the others are having flagged. Yet we've seen how much the importance of the competition policy have played in trying to transform the economy and leading us better to more restructuring our economy as it is required. Supply side focus on structural reform is a policy choice that are in line with very much leaving the state out of the playing little role in the economy itself, but relying a lot on the private investment in particular. I think our concern that this really is missing the real problem, and the concern is that the results. We're saying that this really missed the point, or the real key concerns or the real issues we are facing in the economy, in that results have been low investment, declining level of productivity capital stock, growing unemployment over time, because this is the stance we've taken for so many time. In particular, we're saying it really disempowers the people who could be creating the value creators in the economy, and these economic difficulties is focused on business and to improve business confidence. This is really concern that we have, that the structural reform on the supply side reform, it's really much about further empowering the value destroyers, because it's going to benefit the economy to remain concentrated. It doesn't talk about making sure the economy it's transformed, but also the beneficiary of those remain the same, of the people who've actually been, or the sectors who've benefited over time. It doesn't really focus a lot on transforming the economy or dealing with the concentration, which very much will lead to industrialization. The poor GDP performance and pressure to spend, climate change, disaster, and so many other concerns. So government attempts to appear credible end up, there is sort of pressure to deal with some of the issues, but we are concerned that the proposals are less removing government to being a very important player by using its levers that it has. So we're saying the next slide, there's a need for more structural transformation in the economy, requires an industrial change that builds and increase economic activities from sectors of low to higher productivity and complex sectors, deepens industrialization through upgrading from low to higher productive activities within the economic sector. For example, transforming an economy within most value add in the primary sectors, such as mining and agriculture, towards increased value add for manufacturing, and then to add advanced industries that combine high value services, increase research and development, which lead to economy of the future there. Evidence shows that the economic development is associated with increased size of the economy. GDP growth leads to a large tax base, as we know, and in turn could support the provision of quality service over time. It is also associated with increased employment and incentives that promotes high-level education and skills in the economy. Next slide. Manufacturing is considered key to structural economic transformation because it has strong linkages across the entire value chain, from primary sectors such as mining, agriculture, through an advanced service like engineering and design. Historical evidence shows that development of manufacturing has the ability to drive technology dependency, productivity of other economic sectors within the value chain itself. For example, productivity has increased in agriculture with advances in manufacturing of agricultural machinery, chemical fertilizers, and so on. So South Africa has not achieved significant transformation, has in fact prematurely industrialized, because we have not spent a lot of time in really building this capacity that we require in manufacturing sectors, which will build as a launchpad for what's other more sectors going forward, wider linkages. There have been large losses of employment in manufacturing, particularly due to declining diversity in sector, meaning that it remains considered that would support faster employment growth, while certain sectors, particularly finance, have grown in our economy. The role is in global value chain has generally remained that of providing just a low-level value-add primary products in the economy. That's bad. We need to provide value-add in the global value chain system there. South Africa continue to remain dependent on mining, minerals, for much of its export earnings. And this really was industrialization that happened during apartheid time, which there was a clear deliberation to build industrialization within this MSC, and we're still leveraging all those, including the SOEs, by the way. They established as a result of industrialization that happened during apartheid time. The last slide, really 2 slides, Chair, is just to highlight some of the key aspects that we looked at, and that could be considered in the legislation policy in the 7 dispensations. We emphasize the importance of the need for macro economic policy reforms. Government and public corporations increased their investment in economy, infrastructure, which looked at social infrastructure and economic services in line with the national development targets as set out. The Reserve Bank reverted back to its flexible inflation targeting, as was announced in 2012 by the former governor regime, and upgrades the dual mandate, both targeting inflation and economic growth at the same 6% if you put that. Monetary Authority adopts necessary measures to raise annual growth of credit extension to private sector, productive sectors, and SME at a consistent rate annually. There has to be a target set how much of the credit extension want to, at what level for which sectors over time. We have to deliberate in getting that in place, and yet somebody has to monitor that. The role or be held accountable on that. The role of FDIs and developmental allocations of capital away from speculative in financial and real estate markets towards fixed investment in the real sector, particularly value-added manufacturing sector, in line with the industrialization frameworks set out earlier. The need for reforms to reform the private financial sector so that financialization of the economy can be reversed somewhat and more investment goes into the real economy. Address the powers of large corporations and concentrations of most markets also has to be addressed in a developmental way and not legalistically through competition laws and competition commissions. There is a need to divert money to small and medium-sized entrepreneurships while helping diversify and transform the economy. That's really some of the thinking around macroeconomic developments. And lastly, Chair, around trade and industrial policy reforms, clearly industrial finance incentives that will directly or indirectly increase total annual investment in the manufacturing sector and other linkage sectors as well. Regional industrialization integrations and regional value chains, and very important to look at some of the special economic zones that are playing, in particular, and African integration programs to increase total exports is very, very important. Localization policies to gradually reduce import dependency ratio of some of these sectors and setting specific targets how much that will be reduced over a period of time and has to be monitored, and people have to be held accountable on that. Local content requirements to provide clarity on the extent of local ownership, market structure, and requirements to build technology capabilities. Again, there's also digitalization that is taking place, how much we leverage of that using the industrial policy, climate change mechanisms, how do we make sure the technology is making place, which protects some of the more protected sectors we have, like your agriculture from the climate transformation, climate changes. Industrial finance incentives that will directly, indirectly increase totals, things a bit. Consideration of the greater coherence. Again, well, it's now wait a little bit to emphasize on this one. It's very important because one of the key fundamental issues in the literature and debate around industrialization in South Africa is around the issue of lack of coordination between industrialization goals and policy and other macroeconomic policy and other policy in particular. So that's very important because we've seen that even if we had an industrial policy framework set out earlier in 2007, due to lack of coordination and better coordination between with macroeconomic policy, we have not seen it taking off the way we wanted to. So that's a very important aspect that has to be emphasized in particular. How to ensure medium and long-term energy security and provide support through sectors that are badly affecting, particularly the small and medium enterprises. Chairperson and members and colleagues, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'll stop here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jantjies. We will continue with the program, and we will now request Dr. Itumeleng Mokoena to continue with his presentation. Please, Dr. Mokoena.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, honorable members. Can I please just share my screen? Please let me know if you could see the screen.
It's there.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members, as well as the chairperson. My name is Itumeleng Mokoena, an economist from Trade and Industrial Policy Strategies, which is also in short known as TIPS. And today I'll be presenting the provincial overview looking at all 9 provinces, along with my colleague, Dr. Niva Makgetla, who will not be presenting, but will be part of the discussion if necessary. So just to provide a bit of context, in every modern economy, production is always centered in few major metropolitan cities, but this is with exception with agriculture, mining, as well as government services. And we see that in South Africa, provinces have largely reflected apartheid spatial planning, whereby there's a very disproportionate distribution of services, social services, and infrastructure to former homelands. So the graph on your right shows a share of households in apartheid residential regions in 1994 and 2021 by province, as well as a share of households with pipe water inside their houses. And what you can clearly see from the graph is that there is a major infrastructure backlogs in former homelands compared to major metropolitans, as well as Gauteng and Western Cape. And as a result of this huge infrastructure backlog, you've seen that there's a massive labor internal migration that's happening to major metropolitans, particularly in Gauteng. So the internal migration in South Africa is one of the highest in the world, and we see that when you look at the population in millions, as well as the share of national population by province, Gauteng accounts for the largest increase, whereby in 1994 it accounted for 19% of total national population, and this number has increased to 26%. In contrast, you see the slowest growth in the Eastern Cape, whereby in 1994, it accounted for 16% of national population, but in 2021, that number has declined to just about 11%. There is stabilization though in the Northwest, Mpumalanga, and the population growth in Limpopo seems to be linked closely with the growth of the mining sector in the province. And then when you look at inequality within and between provinces, you realize that the top 10% of households account for over half of national household income. And then the poorest 60% only get 13%. The richest decile is concentrated in Gauteng, the Western Cape, as well as KZN. And the poorest households are most likely located in former homelands. And then when we look at national production by province, you see that it's still largely concentrated in Gauteng, KZN, and the Western Cape. Gauteng alone accounts for a third of national GDP and over a quarter of the population, whereas KZN accounts for 19% of total population and 16% of GDP. The smallest provincial economy is the Northern Cape, which contributes 2% to both GDP and the national population. And over the past 2 years, you see that Gauteng has experienced the most significant decline in the share of national population, declining by 0.6%, followed by KZN and the Western Cape with both 0.4%. And then when you look at the growth rate, for the past 5 years before COVID, Gauteng was the fastest growing economy with a growth rate of 1.3%, followed by Limpopo with an annual growth rate of 1.2%, and then KZN and the Western Cape at both 1.1%. In 2020, COVID affected all the provinces except for the Northern Cape. And then in 2021, we see that there has been recovery with provinces with large mining sectors experiencing a sharp recovery from COVID. And this is mainly attributable to commodity booms that took place in 2021. And then when we look at the real sector share of national GDP, and by real sector, we mean manufacturing, mining, construction, as well as agriculture, you see that it's still largely concentrated within Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Western Cape, whereby together they account for 76% of national manufacturing. Gauteng makes up the largest share of manufacturing output. Mining, on the other hand, is largely concentrated in the Northwest, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and the Northern Cape. And together, these provinces account for 74% of national mining output. And when we look within provinces, you see that in the Northwest, mining accounts for a third of provincial output, while in Limpopo, mining contributes just 30% of provincial output. Agriculture, on the other hand, is concentrated mainly in KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, as well as in the Free State. And then when we look at employment by province, the Western Cape and Gauteng have high employment levels compared to the national average. In 2021, 47% of the working age population in the Western Cape was employed, and in Gauteng, the proportion was just 42%. In contrast, you see that the Eastern Cape has high levels of joblessness, with only 29% of the working age population employed compared to the national average of 37%. Furthermore, you see that the pandemic has reduced employment across all provinces, except in the Free State, where it has essentially remained the same in both 2020 and 2021. And then when you look at the share of national employment by province, you see that it's still largely dominated by Gauteng, Western Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal, where it accounts for 73% of national employment in manufacturing. On the other hand, Northwest, Limpopo, Mpumalanga account for a large share of employment in mining. The Northwest alone accounts for about 34% of total employment in the mining sector. And then employment in services is more concentrated in Gauteng, KZN, as well as the Western Cape. And then employment in agriculture is more concentrated in the Western Cape, Limpopo, Eastern Cape, and Mpumalanga. So just give a quick takeaways is that there is still largely over concentration of national production in major metropolitans, whereby Gauteng is the largest economy in the country, counting for a third of national GDP and over a quarter of population, followed by KZN and the Western Cape, as I've shown earlier. Gauteng is also the fastest growing economy over the past 5 years before COVID, followed by Limpopo, KZN, and the Western Cape. And then in terms of employment, the trend is still the same, still dominated by the Western Cape and Gauteng, whereby there's high level of employment in those provinces compared to other provinces such as the Eastern Cape. And then at the sector level, Gauteng, Western Cape, and KZN account for 76% of national manufacturing production and 73% of employment in manufacturing. Services are also concentrated in these provinces. And as I've discussed earlier, that mining is mainly concentrated in the Northwest, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and the Northern Cape. These provinces account for 74% of national mining output and 78% of employment in mining. More so, we see that the concentration is largely in the Northwest. So this is all that I had to present to you today, and thank you so much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mokoena. Dr. Niva, is there anything that you want to add to, or anything that you just want to say?
No, I just want to thank Itumeleng for the presentation on our behalf. Yeah, and I just want to, I think what it underscores is that as he said, the impact of apartheid on spatial inequality is something we need to think about, because the provinces largely do track the historic apartheid geography, and that deeply affects their economies. And that has implications also for their revenue and expenditure, as well as for internal migration and living standards. Having said that, though, I just want to flag something that Itumeleng said at the start, which is, I think we tend to either act like we can do an industrial policy that will industrialize all the provinces equally, or like we can't do anything at all. And I think we have to come up with a vision that says, what would an end state look like that is compatible with the modern economy, where everywhere in the world, production is going to be concentrated in clusters, particularly manufacturing and services. And then how do we get to something better than what we have without thinking that we can have the same level of industrialization across the entire country? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Niva. We are going to continue in the final presentation we will get from Mpumalanga province, and we are calling on the acting premier, Ms. Shiba, Honorable Shiba, to please continue introducing the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, for an opportunity. I'm just checking because I don't have electricity now to say that is there anyone who will be able to beam on our side. Just a moment. No, thank you very much, Chairperson, for an opportunity. Not so sure whether I'm audible because there is no electricity around where I am. I would request that maybe I switch off my camera so that I cannot be, because I'm just having 2 bars in terms of the network. Chairperson, let me greet you and also to greet the chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Masondo, honorable members, Deputy Minister of COCTA, Menka Dimeng, distinguished guests from various institutions. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Good afternoon. You are indeed audible, Honorable Shiva. You may continue.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, for an opportunity given to us as Mpumalanga to make the presentation. Mpumalanga provincial government is highly engaged and committed to dealing with the triple challenges, poverty, unemployment, and inequality during the first year of implementation of the medium-term strategic framework for the period 2019 to 2024. The province, like all provinces, suffered the outbreak of COVID-19, which had a great negative impact on our plans and programs. In response, the province developed its provincial COVID-19 mitigation strategy, which was successfully executed. This necessitated the revision of the MTSF 2019 to 2024. Beyond this, to revive the economy, which was also severely battered by COVID-19, Mpumalanga developed a provincial economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Latest statistics as at end of September 2022 obtained from Statistics South Africa and other reputable data sources paint the following picture with regard to Mpumalanga province on population and household. In 2022, Mpumalanga's percentage share of the national population of 60.6 million was 7.8% or 4.72 million. In 2021, Mpumalanga's share of the national household number was 7.8% or 1.4 million. On employment and unemployment, in total over the last year, Mpumalanga recorded 1,026 more jobs and the province registered an increase of 84,614 jobs over the last quarter. In quarter 2, 2022, the employed in Mpumalanga was equal to 7.5% of the national number of employed. The latest employment level of 1.17 million was still 78,738 jobs short of the 1.25 million persons employed in quarter 1 in 2021 before the lockdown. Community services was at 24.5% and trade at 20.2% were the two industries that employed the highest number of individuals, whereas the utilities industry at 3.0% employed the lowest number. In quarter 2, 2022, Mpumalanga recorded the third highest, the lowest strict unemployment rate amongst the 9 provinces at 36.1%. In quarter 2, 2022, the male strict unemployment rate was at 34.1%, the female unemployment 38.6%, and the youth between 15 to 24 years unemployment rate was 48.7%. By 2021, 6.3% of the people 20 years and older in Mpumalanga had not received any schooling. In 2021, Mpumalanga's grade 12 pass rate was at 73.6%, was the 6th highest among the province. On inequality and poverty, in 2021, Mpumalanga recorded a human development index score of 0.60, an improvement from the relatively low level of 0.50 achieved in 1996. The poorest 40% of households in Mpumalanga and 7.4% of income in 2021, which was higher or better than the national figure of 6.6% for 2021, but lower or worse than the 8.6 share the province achieved in 1996. In 2021, 50.3% or approximately 2.3 million of Mpumalanga population lived below the lower bound poverty line of 890 rand per capita per month. A major share of household of 49.7% in Mpumalanga reported expenditure of less than 2,500 rand per month in 2021. Mpumalanga's contribution to the national economic was the sixth largest, with a share of 7.3% on current prices in 2021. In 2021, the three largest contributors to the provincial economy in constant 2015 prices were community services at 20.6%, mining at 17.4%, and finance at 16.0%. Mpumalanga's average annual GDP contraction of 0.4% per annum between 2016 and 2021 was the joint deepest or worst of the 9 provinces. In Q2 2022, the Mpumalanga economy was approximately the same size than it was in Q3 2013. Current 2022 growth estimates for South Africa by the IMF at 2.3% and World Bank at 2.1% point to a slowdown in economic activity in 2022. Mpumalanga's forecast GDP growth for 2022 and 2023 is 1.7% and 1.3% respectively. The August 2022 inflation measurement in Mpumalanga of 7.9% was higher than the national level for the 6th month in succession, and also higher than the inflation target zone for the 6th consecutive month. On policy implementation deliverables, key policy areas and programs for implementation. As we move towards the end of the term of the 6th administration, our focus is to accelerate the pace of delivery towards completing projects which targeted for completion and achieving the targeted outcomes for this period. Our key priorities remain as follows. Priority number 1, a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The province is focusing on improving its leadership, governance, and accountability, ensuring a functional, efficient, and integrated government, strengthening a social compact and engagement with key stakeholders, and mainstreaming of gender empowerment of youth and persons with disability. Priority 2, economic transformation and job creation. The province is working hard in creating more decent and sustainable jobs, with youth, women, and persons with disability prioritized. It is also focused on investing for accelerated inclusive growth, industrialization, localization, and export, improving competitiveness through ICT adoption, research, and innovation, delivering quality and increased infrastructure investment to support growth and improve job creation, increasing economic participation, ownership, access to resources, opportunities, and wage equality for women, youth, and persons with disability. Furthermore, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the province is the focus with regard to the Just Energy Transition Program, moving our economy towards a low carbon development trajectory. This potentially has both social and economic negative effects as a result of decommissioning of coal-fired power plants. The province is working hard in ensuring the success to just transition and mitigation of job losses through efforts such as establishing the Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency and setting up consultative stakeholder forums to ensure that no one is left behind. Other signature economy intervention included the Nkomazi Special Economic Zone, which is SEZ, which will target investment from the agriculture, agro-processing, fertilizer production, as well as a strong focus on logistics and trade services along the Maputo development corridor. Priority 3, education skills and health. Our priority on education are on ensuring access to equality, early childhood development, expanding enrollment on math, science and technology, implementation of 21st century skills, delivery of infrastructure, especially access to basic services such as water and sanitation, and construction of additional classrooms and new schools in fast-growing towns, and skills development in the fast-changing world. On health, the province is focusing on improving access to and quality of healthcare services. High amongst others is improving life expectancy, increasing access to ARVs and TB treatment, and preventing the STIs, reducing in-facility neonatal death rate, reducing maternal mortality. Priority for consolidating the social wedge through reliable and quality basic services. The province is focusing on ensuring that the social welfare is transformed, increasing access to the comprehensive social security system, implementing sustainable community development interventions, implementation of the integrated social protection information system, achieving menstrual health and hygienic management of all women and girls, and increase access to development opportunities for children, youth, and parents or guardians. Priority 5, special integration, human settlement, and local government. Our focus area are on coordination for integrated and cohesive national spatial development, regional level interventions to unlock opportunity, ensure redress and respond to environmental risk and vulnerability, ensure integrated service delivery and transformation in all places, sustainable rural development and agrarian reform for rapid and sustainable land reform and agrarian transformation, spatial transformation through multi-program integration in priority housing development areas, adequate housing and improved quality living environments, and security of tenure, increasing access to basic services, making public transport system more accessible, affordable, safe, and reliable, and environmental management and climate change. Priority 6, social cohesion and safe community. On this priority, our focus is on fostering constitutional values, creating equal opportunities, inclusion and redress, increasing interaction across space and class, reducing crime, reducing road crashes, and secured and protected government properties and personnel. On priority 7, a better Africa and world. On this priority, Deputy Chairperson, our focus is on increasing foreign direct investment through trade and investment program, growing tourism and strengthening collaboration with provinces in other countries in Africa and the world. Mpumalanga has noted and is positioning itself for a coming into effect of the African Continental Free Trade Area. This trade agreement is expected to be a game changer for development ambitions in Africa. It arrives at a crucial time, marked by the increased poverty levels and socioeconomic setbacks African countries have experienced due to the coronavirus disease pandemic and its related financial, climatic, and food-related shocks worsened by the conflict in the Ukraine. Through the Mpumalanga Economic Growth Agency, the MECA, the Mpumalanga government intends to work closely with other entities in national government to ensure that South African companies are well positioned to take up opportunities for preferential access to other African markets. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shiba. Thank you for the comprehensive input on the Mpumalanga situation. We hope in the future, very soon, we will have the input by other provinces. Honorable members, we are going to give an opportunity to engage with all the presentations because all of it was very rich. And in actual fact, many of them is actually emphasizing the fact that our planning and our resources are not in sync. And then we need to make sure that the plan that we are having become a plan that is generally accepted, but also it is the correct vehicle within which we can assure that we address the issues around our development within our country. So members, if you can indicate, if I can see hands, you can indicate whether you want to engage with the content of this presentations. Yes, Honorable Khai. Honorable Khai. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair, and also thank you very much to all the presenters. So my question will be across all the presenters. Yesterday, the NPC spoke about the policy inconsistencies. I had asked yesterday, what do they mean? Which policies are inconsistent, especially with regard to growth? I didn't get a response to that. So I will ask all the presenters if they could respond to that question, if they agree that there are policy inconsistencies. But also Dr. Ayodila Odusola spoke of impediments to growth. Which are those impediments? But this question also goes to all the presenters. He also came up with the idea of giving fiscal responsibilities to the sub-national structures, meaning the provinces and local government. My concern here is that provinces are not equal in terms of their economic development. Wouldn't that create a situation where those rich provinces might find a challenge of migration from the poor provinces? But also he was saying that South Africa is a federal state. My understanding is that South Africa is a unitary state with elements of federalism or a quasi-federal in nature. The other question, Chair, relate to whether particularly the UNDP, whether it has done an analysis on the implementation of the NDP and identify the gaps with regard to the implementation, and what are those gaps if they have done any analysis. Another question to all the presenters relate to the issue of the state-owned enterprises that are going down. That's supposed to be used for the transformation of the country. There's a general statement that state capture has caused a downward trend on the state capture. But another view is that they are deliberately not funded so that they are candidates for privatization. I would like the comments of the presenters on the two statements. Then the next one, Chair, is that on the issue of energy, the promotion of renewable energy or clean energy. There's a talk that whilst the Western countries are giving money to South Africa and other countries, especially the developing countries, they themselves are buying coal, encouraging the countries to go towards renewable energy. But also another question relate to the fact that if we go that direction of renewable energy, which we are going to. Will the IPPs have the capacity? Because my understanding, the information we received in one of the presentations, not today or yesterday, but before, was that ESCOM, for it to have full capacity, will need 45,000 megawatts. I want to check if the IPPs combined would be able to have that capacity. The question that I was going to pose to the deputy minister, who I think especially Mr. From the University of Limpopo, Mr. Rapata, because he was talking about the hybrid system of owning of economic ownership. I just want to find out whether municipalities can be able to have their own infrastructure instead of outsourcing, almost everything. What would stop the municipalities from, for example, having their own refuse collection trucks, having their own road maintenance units or facilities within themselves? Then the specific question to Dr. Janki is whether this arrangement that we use of oversight and engaging with the budget, that is it assisting Parliament, given that the budget will be tabled in February, for example, but committees start engaging, or Parliament start engaging with the annual performance plans and budgets of departments after the budget has been tabled, and they engage on those processes of adopting fiscal framework, division of revenue bills, and also the appropriation bill. Yet everything has been already agreed in the negotiations, like in the Treasury Councils, where provinces and departments meet and negotiate. Help Parliament to identify particularly the issues of giving resources to ensure that NDP goals are met and they are resourced. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Those were my questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khai. Since I don't really see indication from other members that want to engage with the discussion, I have about 1 or 2 questions. And I think it's Mr. Rapatsa that spoke about the issue of cautioning against new emerging risk, but also the development of new, I don't know whether he said new colonial parasites. I would really want to have a better understanding as to the terms that he used and in what context, so that you can just understand it a little bit better. But also to Dr. Ayo, I've got a question. You raised the issue of climate change and also the issue of the climate risk, and particularly some of the impact that it's having on the energy situation. But we've been speaking about a just transition for many years, I think even since the Paris Agreement. But it seems as if Africa doesn't have alternatives. I don't know whether you understand where I'm coming from, Dr. Ayo. It seems as if we don't have alternatives. And I would love to hear your advice with regards to what would be an alternative solution for us, since the West is not really coming to the party. You see grants or donations, I will call it, here and there, but you don't really see a commitment that will actually, like you have already said, Africa is actually emitting the least, but we are also affected the most with regards to the issue of the climate situation. So there is a question that I'm quite curious about, but also the issue of skills development. We've been speaking about trying to develop a kind of skills revolution or a skills explosion, particularly for the young people, where we see a rising youth unemployment. There is a potential risk for the peace and stability of the country. I think, I'm not sure, but I think Prof. Ndalamba raised it, Mr. Rapatsa raised it, and also more or less the issue that there is a kind of a response that the UNDP is trying to develop to make sure that they assist with the issue of skills development. But maybe some of you can just give me some little bit of peace of mind as to how we can actually approach this specific issue. Like, since I don't see really many other or any other hands that is raised in terms of engaging the presentations, we will
Just
then...
one question on my side, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, it's a question that's directed to Professor Ndalamba, who spoke about leadership and leadership-related matters. My question to him is if leadership is so critical, why is it that universities and institutions of higher learning have not been teaching leadership for many years? It's been a rare opportunities, rare moments when institutions have tended to isolate the issue and teach, of course, care out whatever else needed to be taught. But in general, leadership questions have been ignored. Only individuals such as John Maxwell have written so well on the question. So, but your question is why the neglect? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think in order for us to structure the response as well, we will start with Dr. Ayo, and we will then continue as we have actually presented up until the last person that feel that there is relevant questions that they want to respond on. Dr. Odusolo.
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Chair. And thanks for the question that has come from the moderator and some other members. Let me just start with the issue of what was raised yesterday by the National Planning Commission on the issue of policy inconsistency. Now, every economy faces challenges like that. First, I just want to say that based on what the Reserve Bank just mentioned, that with effect from today, the repo rate is going up. That's a real policy which was originally intended to address the issue of inflation. But if you look at what is happening now, where the main challenge of some of this inflation is supply chain challenges. And with supply chain challenges where you want to increase value chain development and the like, you really want low interest rate for such activities to really blossom very well. So now you have a kind of a new interest rate policy, which is on the high side compared to what you want to achieve when you really want to promote the issue of addressing the challenges associated with supply chain bottlenecks. So that's one policy inconsistency which we need to probably look at. The second one could be in the area of trade and industrial policy. I know the government, right from 1994 to date, have been trying to restructure some of the industrial policies so that it's not really focusing on the big companies alone, but also trying to support the small-scale enterprise development. But for you to do this, if you have not really looked into the trade policy, whether it is supportive of that particular initiative, again, is another policy inconsistency. So there are a number of things we have to look at, and what we usually do, again, given the role of the National Planning Commission, is to look at the various policies in each of the sector and see which of them really align with the hierarchy that the government has really put in place, and how do we really ensure that those inconsistencies are addressed. So I just give about 2 examples, but it could be across all the sectors, whether in the agricultural sector, whether in the energy sector, or what have you. So that's one of the issues we need to address with respect to policy inconsistency. And the role of National Planning Commission will be to look at that, and then probably with some of the other relevant institutions to point it out. Now, the second one, on the issue of impediment to growth, which Honorable I mentioned, well, there are a number of impediments to growth, but I just want to single out a few of them. The first one is the issue of state capture. We have to really ensure that we fight corruption to ensure that the resources that are meant for development really go into development. It's really a major impediment to growth. The second one, particularly when those resources are filtering out of the country in form of illicit financial flows or whatever form, because they are not used, they are not used to really drive economic growth and economic activities in the country. The second one relates to the issue of load shedding. There can't be any meaningful growth with the kind of electricity outages that we've been having over the past few months. So it's really very important that we address that particular challenge. This is just one of the infrastructural bottlenecks that impede growth, because development is, infrastructural deficit is a binding constraint to growth and development. So we need to really ensure this is really addressed. Now, the third one relates to the issue of some of the regulatory policies. And I know the regulatory policies were put in place to ensure that we address challenges associated with that could lead to increasing level of inequality. But you then realize that most of the sectors are completely regulated. For instance, if you look at the telecommunications sector, it's only 2 major ones, the MTN, the Vodacom, whereas in other countries they've deregulated. Any can come, any new entrants can come, so that it forces the price to go down, especially for those that will not be able to afford it, so that it allows competition rather than oligopolies that will be able to continue to drive the prices up. So that's another thing which is really very important. Now, then the other thing relates to the need for us to really ensure that, one, if we really want to accelerate growth, we must ensure that we add values to the primary commodities. In fact, this is an opportunity for South Africa to even be a price taker, a price leader in many of these extractive. Platinum, I see no reason why we should be exporting them raw without adding value to it, because it's very clear, evidence is very clear that you add about 1% to any primary commodity, it increases the international price by at least 10%. So why don't we do it? So that we use it to generate job opportunities at home, and then use it to really promote growth activities. The same thing relates to the issue of agriculture. Which on no account should South Africa be exporting just raw agricultural products rather than adding value to it, because we can use it to really activate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement by making sure that we export what we call processed commodities, and if not finished goods, to all other African countries and even to non-African countries. This is something that is really good because South Africa has really shown that it is doable, particularly in the automobile sector, because it's the only country in Africa that can boast of at least 8 automobile industry that are exporting outside the country. We can do the same thing across all sectors, and this will help us to really generate the kind of growth we're looking for. So in terms of that, these are the ones, and there are a number of other impediments which we may need to really look at. Honorable, I think you are very right. South Africa operates a quasi-federal system. And in this regard, being a quasi-federal system, you have to make sure that there is a balance between fiscal power and fiscal responsibility. Fiscal power is the ability of every level of government, whether it's municipality or provincial or national, to levy taxes and generate revenue. That's the fiscal power. But if you look at it, more than 80% of the GUIC revenues go to the federal government, the national government. Both province and the municipalities, they share less than 20%. And that if you look at the re-mandate on the level of government that is supposed to deal with development challenges, it is municipalities and provinces that have that mandate. So the national government really has the policy mandate across the various sectors. So in this regard, more power, fiscal power needs to go to them. This is what has been done in many of the countries, so that you can ensure that the power is devolved to where development is expected to take place. And this is what is really driving some of the growth trajectory in Kenya, for instance, who came here to really understudy some of the things we're doing in quasi-federal government to see how they can do it by devolving power to local government in Kenya. But they are one of the leading countries in developing countries as we speak today when it comes to the issue of power devolution, including fiscal responsibility. So I strongly believe this is one of the things we need to really look at. And then the district development model will provide opportunity for us to really see how we can really do this, because if we do it very well, it provides opportunity for the lower subnational level of government to increase their own capability and also increase the capacity to do that. Now, you mentioned that there's some, I quite agree with you that provinces and municipalities or local governments are not of the same economic capabilities. In that if we implement things like that, there's possibility of outflow from lowly endowed municipalities and provinces to highly endowed ones. And then that is why the role of the national, because in a quasi-federal government, what is really pushed is that those countries, those provinces, as well as municipalities or local government that have lower capability for that, they have to benefit from what they call development endowment fund, so that we support them to be able to increase their economic capability so that they can serve as what they call the self-sufficient in revenue generation and self-sufficient in economic activities to drive the overall economy. So this is really very important. The support from the national government would be to work with them to really develop these capabilities along this line, to avoid a drift from lowly advantaged provinces to highly advantaged provinces. So that is really very important. And in terms of the question about climate change and the fact that Deputy Chair, I completely agree with you because there is a current divergence between the African common position on climate change and the advanced countries' common positions. The African Union is focusing on climate change adaptation. They said that is their priority. But the advanced countries are focusing on climate change mitigation. Mitigation is just, use stop fossil fuel. And the African position is that, okay, our objective is not to stop it. Our objective is invariably in the long run to stop it. But for now, what we want to do is, why can't we do, for instance, in South Africa, clean coal technology? Why can't we invest it? South Africa has shown that it's doable because South Africa is the first country that produces oil from coal anywhere in the world. So we have what it takes. So why can't we invest in such technology that we'll be able to produce electricity from coal in a very clean manner? So it may be expensive at this stage, but that doesn't stop us from investing in that. But essentially what we need to do is that South Africa has opportunity of saying, okay, if we if we say we combine the kind of other alternative energy sources in terms of wind, source of energy, and sunlight, solar. So we realize that based on what we have worked with South African Wind Energy Project to help to work with them to develop the wind atlas for the country. South Africa is one of very few countries in the world that can boast of that. And we have a few locations in the country too that has a strong combination of both wind and solar at the same time. So we need to invest in that, but using our own local context without depending on the other advanced countries' technology. So I strongly believe this is one of the areas we can do that. And the chair and the deputy chair, I always say one of these things. I see no reasons why South Africa cannot lead the process of having factories here that are producing all the complements of solar energy, for instance, whether it's the batteries, whether it's the inverters, whether it's the panel. I led in 2017 African ministers to the Eastern Europe country, particularly in Astana, which is Kazakhstan, where a small country like that is producing every component of solar and even exporting it to other countries in Europe. So, and this is a country that gained independence at the same time in 1994. So I strongly believe South Africa can do it so that we can again use it to drive just energy transition within the context of South Africa. And also one of the other positions we can push for relates to, okay, the issue of just energy transition. We have to be a blended finance. So that it's not everything that is purely market or investment driven. It has to be the one with concessional finance. It has to include something in form of public and private engagement, and it has to include something in form of grants. So these are elements that will help us to really mitigate that impact for now. Otherwise, it will be difficult for many of the African countries that have not even started investing in renewable energy to be competing with advanced countries that have been investing over 40 years ago. So I strongly believe we can invest a kind of adaptation strategy that help us to really adapt on a gradual basis so that it helps us to really contribute to reducing carbon emission, at least meeting the target of 1.5, which South Africa has really indicated in its internally determined contribution in terms of the strategies we want to use to achieve the greenhouse gas emission target. So this is something which I think it's really very important. And lastly, the Deputy Chair, honorable members and distinguished panelists, when it comes to the issue of skill, this is one of the things that we United Nations Development Program in South Africa and most other United Nations agencies in South Africa, including the ILO, UNICEF, UNFPA, we have been focusing on skill development. And because we see that, that it is only through skill development and job creation opportunities that we'll be able to address the triple development challenges at the same time. With decent job, we would reduce not only the unemployment, but also reduce poverty and inequality appreciably. So that's why we're focusing attention on that. And that the new National Human Development Report, which we are just finalizing for the country, which will be out first quarter of next year, that is one thing which we strongly believe, because the issue the Deputy Chair mentioned, that youth unemployment is a tickly time bomb. And that if you don't all address it at the same time, when it explodes, it consumes all of us. And we want to avoid that by making sure we start building those skills. And in this regard, we realize that there are a few countries in Africa and even other countries, including Jamaica, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Nigeria, that have started what we call the National Youth Service Scheme, where every graduate of tertiary institution is mandated to go for 1 year in terms of national service, where you pay them the entry point at the graduate level. And the beauty of it is that once they finish, there is no company that will say they do not have work experience. This is the kind of thing that have been helping to reduce the kind of level of unemployment, especially for the youth in most of these countries. As I speak today, in Ghana, you have an average of 88,000 youth every year going through that scheme. In Nigeria, it's 300,000. And it's in Syria alone, they've started with it, and it's just within an average of about 50,000 every year. Can you imagine if you are able to do that in South Africa, and to the extent that over a year, you'll be able to absorb all the new entrants into the labor market from tertiary institutions? It's going to be a major transformation, a big game changer. And I strongly believe this is one of the areas we can use to really promote the issue of work experience through some of these schemes. Other schemes will be the issue of national volunteers, which we are currently working on. And as we speak, some of the national volunteers mobilized by the UNDP and the UN system are currently working in KwaZulu-Natal to help them on the issue of building resilience against flood. So these are the kind of things we can do to increase the work experience and also to increase the issue of skill that is needed, so that no company will say, oh, you don't have work experience, that where we're not employing you. So let me just stop here, Deputy Chair, honorable members, and distinguished guests. It's really a pleasure for me to be with you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dusola. We will continue, and I will call on Prof. Ndalamba if you have anything that you think you need to be responding to. Professor Ndalamba. If Professor Ndalamba is not yet ready, can we go to Mr. Rapatsa? Mr. Rapatsa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lucas, and greetings once again.
I'm sorry, I think my microphone was off as I was speaking. Should I come later on, Madam
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, Prof. Let us allow Mr. Rapatsa, and you will come then after him.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks once again, Honorable Lucas, and greetings to all honorable members and distinguished panelists. I've picked up, there are three issues that require that I offer some responses. I will attempt all of them. The first one is with regard to the SOEs. The second one is in relation to municipalities, and the third one is about the concept of neo-colonial parasite. I hear Honorable Rai is talking about the SOEs and is saying it appears that they are deliberately underfunded, so that can lead to their collapse and eventual takeover by private interest. Well, I'm tempted to agree, but I want us to justify that. Where does that come from? What causes that? From one seated, I think this is a result of South Africa being a capitalist state, and you would all agree, I mean, we were taught by Marx and others that in a capitalist setting, priority by and large, it's about maximization of profit, which therefore means that you prioritize private interest over public interest. And unfortunately, the eventual result of that is that the state gets weakened. And when the state gets weakened, it means it cannot be able to run these state-owned enterprises. And as a result of that, you get them privatized. It's not strange for me. It's characteristic of a capitalistic setting. I'm going to give you a practical example. This was just my observation, and I observed it a while before this plan to get SAA privatized came to take effect. And now this is something that I called operational sabotage. You know, if you wanted to travel to Heathrow Airport, Schiphol, whatever destination you can think of, you would hardly want to use SAA. Why? Because you look at the pricing. SAA would cost you 40,000. KLM will cost you 12,000 or 15,000. It will never make economic sense for anybody to choose SAA. And I started thinking to myself, but how were these prices determined? How were they determined? This is what I call operational sabotage, because you make it so less competitive that it will obviously become unsustainable because it's not able to generate any revenue. And when it is unable to generate revenue, then it's not contributing any value to our fiscus. It becomes very costly for the state to retain. And in the end, it has to obviously be taken over by private interest. I mean, if we were to ask, if we want to be told to believe that indeed SAA is not profitable, who will buy it? Why do you want to buy something which is not profitable? And now this responds to the question of operational sabotage. You make it look like it's not a functional entity so that the state can abandon it and then we take over. So it's one of those trends that occur in a capitalist setting. Can municipalities have their own infrastructure? I fully agree, Honorable Ryan. In fact, in my view, that would be aligned with some of the aspirations of the NDP, because the moment you say to municipalities, have your own infrastructure, you are literally saying to them, directly employ people. You are creating jobs. And when you are creating jobs, then you are working in the direction of eliminating poverty and, of course, unemployment, and in the end, inequality. So perhaps that is something we should think about. But of course, we need to appreciate that it may require some startup capital. It may not be that cheap to transit from the current system to the new, where municipalities run their affairs through their own infrastructure fully. So it will be good, because then it means it even improves the technical abilities of the state, and therefore augmenting our effort of safeguarding state capacity. The third issue was, what is this neo-colonial parasite? I've opted to give this description because of recent trends, and I'm happy because Honorable Rai touched on it. Let me describe it. Typical of neo-colonialist parasitic tendency. You get to be told, no, abandon coal, you can't use coal, it's unsustainable. But the following day you hear that they want to buy it. What is that? How best must we describe that? It is as if you are being told, no, you cannot think for yourself, we will always think for you. Abandon this resource for us. You don't deserve to have this resource. Try other things. And this boils down to that question that I touched on, the question of us being in a position to determine who becomes our friend. Because we all know where we come from as a country. We know who was with us when we were battling against apartheid, family with us. And sometimes we need not be ashamed about it. And hence I repeat that we need to be seen to be exploiting the benefits of our BRICS membership. And you can only do that when you fully collaborate with those that you consider as your friends. Because it does not assist to speak alliance to the East, but repeatedly be seen to be more aligned to the West. I'm saying ideologically speaking. It causes that confusion. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Rapatsa. You want us to engage you more, but we don't have, unfortunately, we don't have the time. We will now go back to Prof. Ndalamba. Professor.
See, Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we do.
Okay, okay, that's fine. I'm going to answer two questions that the chairperson, Honorable N.A. Masan faced. So, if the first one, he asked about the implementation gaps, the gaps that identify in the implementation process of the policies, and also why is it that leadership is not taught at universities. If I'll go from the economic point of view first, and then I'll follow with the human factor. So if we consider industries as input, and then we expect economic growth as output, because industries, they create jobs and then we have employment. So policies that are formulated in this area, we expect that they will be very well formulated and very well executed, implemented, so that we have output as economic growth as output, and also socioeconomic development as outcomes. And if you look at very well, our NDP, one of the objectives is to reduce the level of poverty and reduce the level of inequality. And the question now is, what are the milestones since the policy has been implemented that are indicating that we are actually reducing the level of poverty and inequality? Do we have anything that tells us from 2013 to 2015 this has been happening? And then what is another milestone? So we have to have these milestones so that we'll be able to tell that it's true, we are really moving toward the achievement of the policy. Now, this is not happening. And the gap now comes in there between the process of transferring what is on paper to the actual reality. Let's say we have policies in industries. Yes, it's written, it's sound, it's fine, but there's nothing actual that we can say that this is really what it's on paper, it's real. And this is where we need to concentrate our effort to find out why is it not happening. And our suggestion here is it could be, or it is, the human factor. Human factor, why? Because officials and the workforce, these are the, I'll call them elements that are supposed to be doing that job of taking what is on the paper and making it real. Now the question is, these two elements, are they aligned? Do they understand what is at stake here? Do they understand the policies? Do they understand the spirit and also the letter of the policy? Are they aligned? We're talking about the officials and the workforce, because the officials, they are not telling people what to do, and they have to monitor and accompany what the workforce is doing. Are they aligned? Is there any cooperation between them? Is there participation? Is there trust? Because they cannot work, and we cannot expect to have output if there's no cooperation, there's no participation and trust in the relationship between the officials and the workforce. Now, that's when leadership ethos comes in, because leadership ethos enables both the workforce and the official to engage. It promotes trust between these two elements, and also commitment from one another. So the officials are committed to what they have to do, and the workforce also, they're committed to what they have to do. And as a result, then we have the output could be the economic growth, or outcomes could be the reduced level of poverty. So this is what we have to work on ensuring that that relationship between officials and the workforce, they work together, they are all aligned, they understand one another, and they do understand the policies and also what is at stake. Because if there's no such cooperation, participation, and trust, so we can still come back again here, and we may not have results as we expect them to be on the paper. Now, the human factor as well leads us to rethink on the role of leadership. Honorable asked, why is it that universities don't teach about leadership? Well, the good news is leadership is taught and has been taught all along. But the bad news is it's never understood. In other words, leadership is one of the most taught subject, but least understood. There's so many papers, articles, books written about leadership, and we teach leadership and we do work about leadership, but it's just not understood. Could be the context. You study leadership in one context and then you try to employ it in another context. It doesn't work. That could be a possibility. You study leadership, let's say, in the Western context, and then you want to employ it to apply in the African context. Does it make sense? And okay, what are the elements that are in the Western context that actually make leadership work there, but they are not in the African context? So we have to look at these elements.
So it's my understanding that pilots with bipolar can still fly as long as they're on the proper medication. Yeah.
Sorry?
I don't know, but I really don't know who opened the microphone. Can people just mute? Zinat, it seems if it's your microphone. Can people just mute? And Prof, you may continue. There is no question. It's just an accident.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So what we are saying is, yes, leadership has been taught and is being taught, but the question is, perhaps we're not teaching well leadership. We look at leadership from the Western or another context and try to employ it exactly in another context. So maybe that's why it's not producing results. We have to look at it from within our context and try to understand our culture, our way of living, and come up with our authentic leadership style, which will help us engage with our problems. Because if we try to copy paste leadership and we don't have the means and the conditions that others have, and we try to copy it here, it may not just work, and that could be the problem with leadership, probably in our country and also maybe in the continent. So just to close, we need to get the workforce and the official engaged and committed to the policies so that they can produce the expected output and outcome. And this is done by promoting trust. We need us as officials to try to be as honest as possible in what we do, because if there's no honesty, and that's going to create so many question marks in the workforce, and then we won't be able to lead them, because we are not being honest. There's no integrity in us, and we have to lead by example, and then we'll be able to tell people what to do and what not to do, and it's going to have cooperate and engagement in the process of implementing policies. So I think I will stop here from now, and if there are other questions, you can always continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ndalamba. We will take Dr. Jantjies last. We will now allow for Dr. Mokoena and Dr. Makgetla if there is anything that they feel they want to comment on. Yes, Dr. Niva. Can you unmute, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have it on Drive. Okay. Yes. So I just wanted to speak to a couple of things, and especially the issue around the functioning of the state. Because I think we need to be much more practical about that and think much more about the systemic issues. You know, we inherited a state that was not designed to develop the economy or the society in an equitable way. And we've tended to be quite reluctant to address some of those problems. I do think that, as a previous speaker said, having milestones are critical, but as you know, we have KPIs, but we tend to ignore them if they're not being met. Particularly, you know, we have these overall KPIs for where we want, you know, inequality and growth and investment to go. But when we don't approach those KPIs, we don't say, well, maybe we need to sit back and look at our plans. And either we have to find better ways to implement them, or we have to adapt them to new realities. So I think that whole issue of how do we plan? How do we come up with plans that are responsive to changes, but also to failure? And how do we ensure that when a policy isn't working, something actually happens, something changes? As opposed to, as I'm sure you know this, you get these APPs where the targets are all somewhat meaningless often. You know, it's like we will do 4 reports a year on something. So there's no actual sense of what is the actual impact of the project. But even when you do have those impacts and you are not achieving what you mean to get, that you nonetheless end up continuing to say, we're going to keep implementing these programs the way we have, even though they're failing. So I think that's when people talk about lack of coordination, a lot of it is around that problem that if we have a target and somebody isn't trying to achieve it and isn't doing what they're supposed to do to achieve it, there's actually nothing that happens. And I think that to me is where I have to say Parliament and the oversight could play a really important role. And just to be clear, it doesn't help that then the systems that we inherited, but also the ones we set up are actually not geared to coordination. And particularly on economics, it's true we don't theoretically have a federal system, but we do have elected governments that, because they're elected, they don't want to just do the fairly narrow mandates that they have in the Constitution. They want to serve their people across the board. But what we have is all of the national economic functions, all the main economic functions except agriculture are the provenance of the national government and the national departments. And as you know, the platforms for coordination tend to be very weak. So you've got MINMEX, but they often don't meet very regularly when it comes to the economics functions. And they often have very weak secretariats. As you know, I used to be in the Economic Development Department at DTIC, so I could see that happening. I also think, though, that we also have to be realistic. This is one of the most unequal countries in the world. And what that means is there will always be a lot of conflict around policies, and we have tended to let it deadlock us. Particularly because when it comes to bringing about change, there are real risks, and there's opposition from people who benefit from current unequal systems. And any disruption of systems is hard, and it requires really strong practical analysis and feedback loops so that you can continuously improve what you're doing. And I think when somebody said earlier, in effect, our social pact is in trouble, that we reached in '94, it's in trouble because that pact essentially said, we're not going to make radical changes in the economy beyond the labor laws. We will use government spending and services to improve conditions for the majority. And in the long run, the economy will become more equal. And we haven't really accomplished either of those to the extent that we thought we would. And so you can't blame the majority of the population who went into this pact on condition that if they're patient, inequality will become less. You know, we haven't actually delivered ourselves. So then how can we blame people for saying, you know, they want fundamental changes? And so at the same time, we're continuously, as you know better than me, being lobbied by business because they have the resources. And so if you look at when Parliament holds hearings, just look at who makes the inputs. You know, you'll have a couple of unions, you'll have many, many businesses, and then a few individuals and experts. And we've never really found a way to ensure that ordinary people have more of a voice and their organizations have more of a voice. And it, by the way, puts a big burden on the unions because they're always expected to speak for the majority and not just for their members. And so, I mean, take the example of the energy transition people have been talking about. You know, first I just want to say, we need to be careful about the energy transition because it's a 30-year timeline. So it's not like we're saying get rid of coal tomorrow. I think we all agree we can't continue with the global warming and the impacts that we've had. So I would argue we do have to find ways to mitigate emissions. And just to be clear, South Africa is not like the rest of Africa. South Africa per person is one of the highest emitters in the world because we have some of the highest coal use and energy in the world. So other upper middle income countries, only about a fifth of their energy is produced from coal. With us, it's 70 to 80%. So I think that we need to be careful about these generalizations because we are an outlier. Obviously, that makes it even harder for us to adapt, but I don't think we can pretend that we can simply avoid the just transition issue. That's why we're so much at the forefront of it. Having said that, I just want to note of caution on clean coal. The fact is there's been similar amounts of money put into clean coal and renewables. It's now cheaper to generate renewable energy than it is to generate using coal with conventional technologies. And the clean coal initiatives, there have been several, and they've almost all failed. So I think we need to be careful that we're not betting on a technology that's really has not taken off despite many efforts in the past. Having said that, you know, the point of the just transition is to say, for once, here's a policy initiative that says, how do we consciously try and support the majority of the population so that they get the benefits from the energy transition and they don't just bear the costs? And I think what's important is, again, it's a very long time horizon. We're not really seeing either the benefits or the costs yet. And we need to be very careful, I think, to monitor that to make sure that it doesn't also get captured and we end up with workers losing their jobs and nothing to replace it, which is the risk. But also in terms of load shedding, you know, similarly, which is not particularly, is somewhat related to the energy transition, but not very directly. You know, I keep wondering why we're just not doing anything to help ordinary people protect themselves from load shedding. So people who have money, as you all know, you know, they get batteries, they get battery lights, and ultimately they get solar and they just move off the grid, or they get a generator. But the majority of people can't do that, and we have no programs to help them to find other ways to adjust to load shedding. And that's the kind of thing we've been bad about, is saying, here are these economic policies. How do we genuinely ensure that they benefit the majority? And we don't just talk in the abstract, but we actually look on the ground. What would it take to transform these profoundly unequal and oppressive economic systems so that the majority actually benefits? And how do we ensure that those policies are monitored consistently and that they actually deliver? And if they don't deliver, then we need to come up with new policies. And let me just say, similarly, you talk about state-owned companies. I don't think they were run into the ground consciously. I think we never gave them a developmental mandate that made it easy to justify paying for them. You can't blame people for being angry at SAA and at NCOP when they're actually just not delivering what they're supposed to deliver. And the majority, you know, the majority of the population is, I suspect, never understood why we should subsidize SAA, because most people can't afford to fly on those airplanes. And as for NCOP, people just see them shutting off their lights, and we're not fixing that or ensuring that it gets fixed. So I would argue, if we want to maintain state-owned companies in the public sector, they have to be accountable to the public and they have to deliver to the public. And that means they have to have a developmental mandate that justifies them getting state support. And we've never been good about that. We've just said, let them go on and do whatever they want. And then we wonder why they don't have broad-based support. And that makes it very hard to give them money off the budget. So yeah, so all I would say is I do think we shouldn't underestimate the difficulties of making policy in such an unequal country. But we also have to be clear about what are the end states that we're trying to achieve? And if we're not getting there, how do we ensure that policies get changed instead of continuing forever when they're not achieving what they're supposed to achieve? Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Neva. I take it you have responded for the both of you. So we will continue unless Dr. Mokoena, there is something that you want to add.
Nothing from my side, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Itumeleng.
We caucus.
We will. It's clear you have got a mandate to speak on behalf of the both of you. So we will now call Dr. Jantjies.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and thank you so much for the questions. I think my fellow panelists have addressed many questions. I'll just comment because we talked about this issue in our presentation. I think on the point you were saying there about the monetary policy, in particular, I mean, let's just quickly focus on the inflation. One of the arguments that we made in our presentation, the midterm budget, we're saying if the inflation is driven largely by the supply side of the economy, targeting demand by increasing interest rate would almost become a futile exercise. But the flip side of it, it becomes more harmful for the economy because it means low. It denies the demand that the economy much need in particular. So I think that's really our emphasis in our brief. But I think the broader issue we have raised before, but also in our presentation is look, your macroeconomic policy have a lot of objectives, but growth, employment, and income distribution, some of the broader, macroeconomic consideration, which in particularly within the context of industrialization, will probably that has to be taken into account by all the macroeconomic policies, not necessarily focus on one in particular, but obviously in this case, price stability is the specific mandate. I think the emphasis what we're making is a less broadened understanding of how the macroeconomic policies interface with each other, particularly in a time where we want to build our industrialization or want to industrialize the economy. It's very important in our view to really taking that into account. I think this is obviously linking the point around how to ensure policy consistency or the macroeconomic policies and our related policy really support each other within that context. I think that's a point that we emphasize because clearly over the long period of time, we've seen that actually credit has been not that cheap. So it's been very expensive to get credit for, particularly for small and medium enterprises or those who you want them to participate in the economy could not get credit, but also big companies who are able to get credit have not really invested in the real economy. And that has created a problem to try to say, like other countries, I know Brazil is one country that often gets, I like an example where they had some part of their monetary policy become more developmental, where you're able to ensure that the secondary sector of the economy gets supported directly by the monetary policy to ensure industrialization take place. And those are some of the examples that we see as important. I think I'll stop there on the issue of the monetary policy, but I think a point around energy security, we are concerned, we raise that as well. And I've definitely been reading a lot around the renewable energy. But within the context of the industrialization, you need a lot of energy to industrialize. That is a very consideration that we need to take into account, that you need a lot of energy and really a system of mixed energy mix we have would probably still remain for a long time. The nuclear, coal, and renewable will have to happen if you're going to industrialize over a long period of time, as Dr. Makhetla has also just noted that it's just a long-term process that we need to do. But it's very important to understand that you need to have that mix over a long period of time, particularly if our concerns or our plan is to industrialize our economy as we require. Coming back to the issue related to oversight, specifically, or a specific question by Honorable Khai there on the oversight mechanisms and what happens. But I think, Honorable Khai, I want to emphasize that the Parliament has the power enshrined by it from the Money Bills and Related Matters Act, which gives Parliament power to actually guide government on budget framework, on fiscal framework, all these policies. And I think, in my view, I don't think Parliament has used its power as it has it. Of course, there's a nuanced statement, but I'm just saying it's a fact that it's almost unclear that we have used the powers that we have as Parliament to guide fiscal policy, to debate discussions, to guide all the other budget instruments that comes in part. But I think the context matters here, because at the end of the day, if we're not industrializing, then the questions of the budget framework has to be within that context. How come we spend so much money, yet we're not industrializing, and yet we've got industrial policy, which was set out earlier on in 2007, which in a way has not escalated or has not been center of fiscal policy. Why hasn't that been the questions? But again, these are nuanced statements. I just wanted to start it from there. We have the power as an institution to guide this, to determine it. One of the examples I like using a lot is around budget review and recommendations to reports. That's a very powerful tool in my view. Budget review and recommendation reports, obviously it's not comprehensive towards national, it's not done in the NCOP, but because what happens with the document, with the report, I see other provinces trying to think about that a lot. I know Eastern Cape and Gauteng, because it's a document, it's a policy instrument that allows the institution itself to really dictate in terms of which are priority areas in society and economy, and dictate or at least guide how allocations have to take into account, have to be taken into account, and how the question that you're asking, can be addressed to say, actually, we think a priority should be in industrial policy, industrialization, so more resources have to be put into these areas which will lead to better, if finance is the issue, more issues or more allocation or support has to be given to certain sectors which are likely to lead to more industrialization, and how we use that process to, ensure more inclusive in economy, but also ensure that the economy doesn't continue as concentrated as it is. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for that. But also, what I often look at the budget as it's a cycle, it's a long-term thing. It's a 3-year cycle where Parliament can influence it in that way, and in many senses you've seen that. But I think very strong evidence, particularly that there hasn't been a lot of mechanism being used in place. So I think that's where I want to stop. Often I understand. I hope it's not the case, but when it means the time is up. But thank you so much. I took a lot of time already, but thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson and members and colleagues for the opportunity. Thank you so much. I don't thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jantjies. I don't, Honorable Shiba, is there anything that you want to actually from your context you want to respond to?
No, thank you very much.
Can
thank you
members
very much.
please, can you open your video now? I'm sure you still have one bar.
Yes, Chair.
Can members, while she's speaking, can all of us open our videos? This is a direct broadcast, and I would love just for the viewers to see all the faces that is here. We may continue, Honorable Shiva.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think, Chair, policies are developed to respond to specific issues with a specific purpose and are reviewed annually at strategic planning sessions as and when a need arises. And also that we are having systems in place to track and monitor its implementation, like your planning unit within the department, oversight committees, as also assist with that responsibility, Macropolis that is doing the very same work, and at the office of the Premier in most provinces. So the issue of inconsistencies, I'm not so sure how can I respond to that. But Chairperson, as Mpumalanga, we were able to respond on most policy issues, taking into consideration that during COVID-19, we were able to develop the Mpumalanga Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan as a point of mitigating the challenges we faced. And also we were able to revise our MTSF, and also as the MEC for Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Environmental Affairs. In agricultural sector, we have developed the Agricultural and Agro-Processing Master Plan to respond on issues of marketing and issues of beneficiation. I think the issue of inconsistency. I think, Chairperson, I cannot maybe respond correctly on that one because I don't see it on our province, because when there is a gap in terms of the policy implementation, it is reviewed, Chair. Thank you very much for an opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shiva. Honorable members, honorable guests, and all other stakeholders, Chairperson, I think unless there is any other person that want to say anything, I think we have actually come to the end of a very, very insightful, almost 2 days that we have been together here. And I need to express my sincere appreciation to everyone, particularly those that have been partnering with us throughout this year. For example, the Budget Office, as well as the UNDP and other, the Estates SA. And it is the second time that we are with the Planning Commission. But we have been able to actually set a trend in which we get together and begin to address areas where there is possibly a bit of a gap with regards to issues of policy implementation, but also particularly with regards to our role as the NCOP, the coordination at the 3 spheres, as well as the issue of oversight and accountability. I agree particularly with those that said Parliament have a very more important role to play, and that is in terms of our oversight responsibility and ensuring accountability. I also really want to agree that in many instances, we actually lack the commitment to make sure that we address issues. I heard from the acting Premier of Mpumalanga that there is that drive from their side to address policy inconsistencies or where there is gaps that is existing. But I have listened to all the speakers since yesterday, and it is very clear that if at all we have been on the right track, we would have been having less inconsistency, less instability, as have been raised by many of the speakers here, but also that we actually need to make sure that we have the right tools to use, and that we also have that we also have the commitment to ensure that we implement those that we have actually developed, because it is always said, and I think the discussion that we had since yesterday is actually in a way confirming it, that we are capable of developing very good policies in South Africa. The issue is, and I don't say implementation can never be a problem. The issue is, do we have the right human resources to implement the policies that we actually so meticulously develop? That is my view for many years. And I think in my previous life, in actual fact, I succeeded in making people see that you can't say there is no policy implementation where you are the responsible party to make sure that policies become implemented. I mean, then you start to become a spectator in your own role play, and it can never happen. So I think, and I want really to once again, as the NCOP, commit ourselves to extend our network of partners and stakeholders so that we can make sure that there is coordination with regards to making sure that there is accountability, with regards to making sure that all of us, knowing our responsibilities, make sure that our government and our institutions actually perform their responsibilities. And since we are approaching the end of the year, let me wish you a blessed festive season, because we are already there. Today is Black Friday, and next Thursday is the 1st of December, and usually they say it's the start of festive season. For me as a Catholic, we are starting Advent. So there are very important days ahead of us. Today we have actually started with the 16 days of activism. But for us, particularly from the side of the NCOP, we have been busy for the past 3 years in making sure that we address the plight of women by reviewing the Women's Charter, but also beginning to make recommendations all over to the government and to all other stakeholders to make sure that the plight of women is being responded to. So that is why I had a radio interview 2 days ago. I said to them, yes, indeed, 16 days of activism is just a highlight of 365 days of activism. But we need to make sure, all of us say South Africa is a very violent country. And also that is actually playing itself out in some of the other areas, like during festive season, we see motor vehicle accidents and other areas that is possibly because we are not patient enough, we are not tolerant enough. But at the end of this event, I really, really want to express our appreciation once again to the chairperson, to the particularly the staff, the secretariat and the staff of the National Council of Provinces. And like I said, we wish you all a blessed and a holy festive season. Thank you very much. With that said, the meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.